battlefield grows quiet, not with peace, but with the silence of completed slaughter. Across the broken ground where Imperial Guard trenches once held the line, crimson mud mixes with promethium runoff and something else, something green. The spores are already settling. Invisible to human eyes, they drift through smoke and ash, finding purchase in corpse-rich soil, beginning their patient work of transformation. 3 months later, this same ground tells a different story. The trenches have collapsed. The fortifications crumble under relentless vegetation that grows with unnatural speed. Fungi the size of hab blocks thrust upward through ferrocrete, their caps spreading wide to release new clouds of spores. The air itself seems thick with potential, heavy with something that exists between biology and nightmare. Beneath the surface, in networks of mycelium that stretch for kilometers, the transformation accelerates. What begins as simple fungal matter starts organizing itself into more complex structures. Organs form, muscle tissue develops. Slowly, impossibly, life takes shape in the darkness beneath a world that thought itself cleansed of the green skin menace. The first to emerge are the snotlings, creatures barely worthy of the name, small as human children but possessing none of their potential. They crawl from fungal caps in squirming masses, already knowing their purpose through genetic memory older than human civilization. They tend the fungi, they cultivate the spore fields, they prepare the spawning ground for what comes next. Gretchen follow within weeks. Larger than snotlings but still small by greenskin standards, they emerge with crude intelligence already forming behind beady red eyes. They know how to make tools. They understand hierarchy and dominance. They fear pain and crave survival in equal measure. The Gretchen organize the snotlings, creating the first crude structures of Ork society, even before any true Orks have yet emerged. In deeper chambers, where the mycelium networks form dense clusters around battlefield debris and human remains, something larger gestates. The spores that landed in the richest soil, the places where the most violence occurred, where the most life was ended. These produce different growth. Muscle tissue develops in vast quantities. Bones form thick and heavy. Redundant organ systems take shape, each one capable of sustaining life even if others fail. The first boy emerges after 6 months. He breaks through the fungal cap with fists already clenched, already knowing violence. Skin the color of old jade covers muscles that bunch and flex with instinctive aggression. Red eyes open on a world that smells of blood and spores and possibility. He is perhaps as tall as a human, though broader, thicker, built like a weapon that wears flesh. He has no parents, no childhood, no name yet, but he possesses knowledge, not learned, but inherited, encoded in genetic memory that stretches back to the war in heaven when the old ones first crafted his ancestors. He knows how to fight. He knows that might makes right. He knows that the biggest Ork rules, and he is not yet big enough. Around him, more boys emerge, dozens, then hundreds, all spawned from the same battlefield, all carrying the same genetic inheritance. They eye each other with instant understanding. There will be fighting. There must be fighting. It is the way of things, as natural as breathing, as necessary as the spores that brought them into being. The first conflict erupts over nothing, or perhaps over everything. One boy takes a piece of scrap metal from the ground. Another decides it should be his. Fists connect with faces. Crude wrestling becomes brutal pummeling. The winner, bloodied but standing, holds his prize high and roars. The sound carries no words yet, just pure aggression and triumph. The other boys watch, they learn. Violence brings reward. Within days, crude hierarchies form. The strongest boys take what they want. The weaker ones band together or submit, learning survival through cunning when strength fails them. The Gretchens scurry between them, offering food, scraps of metal, whatever might earn favor with these larger, more dangerous cousins. Already, the pyramid of Ork society takes shape. The boy who will one day command billions has no way of knowing his destiny. He is simply one among hundreds, neither the largest nor the strongest. But something in his genetic memory sparks differently. When he fights with purpose, beyond simple aggression. When he takes things, he collects them, hoarding scraps of metal and bits of broken machinery. Other boys fight and forget. He fights and remembers. The spawning ground becomes a war zone in miniature. Boys establish territories among the fungal forests, defending patches of ground rich with squig warrens or scrap metal. Alliances form and break with the same casual violence that characterizes all Ork interaction. A boy might fight alongside another one moment, then turn on him the next if opportunity presents itself. The squigs provide meat and danger in equal measure. These ball-shaped creatures of muscle and fang breed in the fungal undergrowth, ranging from the size of a human head to the size of a battle tank. Hunting them teaches the boys cooperation, or at least coordination. Several boys working together can bring down a squig that would shred any single one of them. The meat makes them stronger. The hunting makes them smarter. Our boy learns quickly. He watches how the largest boys organize hunts, how they position others to drive squigs into ambushes. He sees how the strongest warriors hoard the best scrap metal, fashioning crude weapons that make them even more dominant. He understands, with the clarity of inherited memory, that size and strength alone will not be enough. Intelligence, or at least cunning, must play its part. The first real weapon he makes is simple: a rock lashed to a length of metal pipe with strips of fungal leather. It extends his reach. It multiplies his striking force. When he uses it to cave in another boy's skull, during a dispute over squig meat, the weapon proves its worth. He keeps it close. He improves it. He begins to understand that tools, primitive as they are, represent a kind of power. Months pass in this fashion. The spawning ground population grows as more boys emerge from the fungal fields. The strongest start calling themselves boys now, the term carrying implications of maturity and capability. Our boy finds himself among their number, not through exceptional size, but through consistent violence and growing reputation. He leads small mobs in squig hunts. He wins more fights than he loses. He grows. The growth is literal and visible. Every fight makes him larger. Every victory seems to trigger some deep, genetic switch that adds mass to his frame, strength to his muscles. This is the Ork way. Conflict fuels physical development. The more an Ork fights, the bigger he becomes. The bigger he becomes, the more his fellow Orks respect him. Respect brings followers, and followers bring more opportunities for violence. By his first year of existence, our boy stands half a head taller than when he emerged. His shoulders have broadened. His muscle mass has doubled. Scars crisscross his hide, badges of honor that prove he has survived what would kill weaker beings. Other boys look to him now, seeing in his success a path they might follow. He has become, without quite realizing it, a leader of sorts. The first real test comes when a massive boy, nearly large enough to call himself a knob, decides our boy's territory looks better than his own. The challenger stands nearly twice our boy's size, his arms thick as tree trunks, his jaw already developing the pronounced underbite that marks particularly large orcs. He comes with a mob of followers, 20 strong, and declares the fungal forest and its squig warrens now belong to him. Our boy has only a dozen followers. They are outnumbered, outmuscled, facing an opponent who seems impossible to defeat. The logical response would be submission. Acknowledge the larger orc's dominance, move to new territory, survive to grow another day. This is what most young orcs would do. This is what his genetic memory suggests as the smart play. But our boy does something different. He fights. The battle is brief and brutal. The massive boy charges forward with confidence born of superior size, expecting to simply crush this upstart through raw strength. Our boy doesn't try to match him power for power. Instead, he ducks low, using his smaller size as advantage, and swings his crude weapon at the big boy's knee. The strike connects with a wet crack. The massive orc stumbles. Before he can recover, our boy's followers swarm over him, stabbing and beating while their leader hammers his weapon again and again into the larger orc's skull. When it ends, our boy stands atop the corpse. His followers roar. The defeated mob, seeing their leader fallen, instinctively shift their allegiance. They join the victorious side because that is the orc way. Follow the strongest. Fight for the winner. 30 boys now answer to our protagonist, where 12 did before. He has tripled his power base through a single act of tactical violence. More importantly, he has learned something crucial. Size matters. Yes, strength matters. But intelligence, the ability to think even one step ahead of pure instinct, that matters too. It is a lesson he will carry forward, one that will eventually separate him from countless other warbosses who rise and fall on strength alone. The fungal forests provide everything the growing orc community needs. Food from squigs and mushrooms, materials from the dead vegetation, and scavenge battlefield debris, space to fight and grow and develop. But something is building, an instinct older than thought, deeper than memory. The boys feel it when they look at the horizon. There is a world beyond the spawning ground. There is fighting to be found. There are enemies to face and loot to take. The urge to expand, to find new battles, to test themselves against worthy opponents. This is the WAAAGH in embryonic form. It begins as restlessness. Boys pace the edges of their territory. They pick fights more frequently. They look to their leaders with expectation, waiting for someone to point them toward greater glory. The spawning ground, vast as it is, feels suddenly confining. There must be more. Our boy feels this urge perhaps more strongly than most. He has grown now to the size where others call him Knob without mockery. His followers number in the hundreds. He has territory, resources, reputation, and yet something drives him forward, demanding more. Not greed exactly, but purpose. Genetic memory whispers of greater conflicts, of proper enemies, of battles that matter beyond simple survival. On the horizon, smoke rises from human settlements that survived the original invasion. The Imperium has not abandoned this world. They hold fortified positions, armed with weapons that can actually threaten orcs, organized into military formations that represent real opposition. They are the first true enemy our boy has encountered. They represent the first real test of leadership beyond simple dominance. He gathers his mob, several hundred boys, a mix of those who emerged with him and those who joined his warband through defeat or choice. They carry crude weapons now, choppers forged from scrap, sluggers cobbled together from salvaged Imperial firearms. They are not yet an army, but they are more than a mere mob. They have structure, however loose. They have a leader, however young. They have purpose. The march toward the human settlement takes 3 days. It is not a disciplined advance, but a chaotic migration. Boys fighting among themselves even as they travel, establishing and re-establishing pecking order through constant low-level violence. Gretchen scurry alongside carrying supplies and tools. Squigs follow in herds either as food sources or impromptu war beasts. The column stretches for kilometers, visible from orbit as a green stain spreading across the landscape. The humans see them coming. Of course they see them coming. Orcs do not do stealth, do not understand subtlety. They announce their presence through violence and volume. The settlement's defenders, a mix of planetary defense forces and surviving Imperial Guard units, prepare their defenses. Barricades rise. Heavy weapons emplacements are positioned. Officers brief their men on greenskin psychology and tactics. They know what is coming. They have fought orcs before. What they do not know, what they cannot know, is that this assault represents more than simple greenskin aggression. This is a test. This is evolution. This is the moment when a spawning ground produces something greater than mere survival. This is the beginning of a WAAAGH. The attack comes at dawn, which is to say it comes when the orcs' impatience finally overcomes their leader's restraint. Our boy had wanted to wait for full light to see the battlefield clearly. His boys wanted to fight now, immediately, right this instant. The compromise is dawn, early enough to satisfy their bloodlust, late enough to see where they are going. They charge across open ground, hundreds of orcs screaming war cries that have no words, only fury. Lasfire cuts through their ranks. Autocannon shells explode in their midst. Heavy bolter rounds tear through green flesh. Dozens fall in the first minute, then dozens more. The orcs keep coming. This is what breaks human defenders facing orcs for the first time. The sheer impossibility of it. Any sane species would break under such fire, would retreat, would seek cover. Orcs treat casualties as encouragement. Every fallen boy makes those behind him angrier. Every burst of fire represents a challenge to overcome. They charge faster, scream louder, push harder. Logic has no place here. Only violence matters. Our boy runs with his mob, but unlike most, he actually observes. He sees where the human fire is heaviest, where their weapons concentrate. He notices gaps in their line, places where firepower is thinner. As he runs, he roars and gestures, trying to direct his boys toward these weak points. Most ignore him charging straight ahead, but some follow. Enough follow. 100 boys shift their line of advance, angling toward a section of barricade defended primarily by PDF troopers armed with laser guns. The impact when they hit is tremendous. Choppers hack through hastily erected barriers. Slugger fire wildly inaccurate, but numerous forces defenders to duck. The orcs vault the barricades and fall upon the humans with savage glee. What follows is butchery. The PDF troopers, brave enough but poorly trained for this kind of close combat, break almost immediately. They run or they die. The breach creates a cascade effect. Orcs pour through the gap, attacking defensive positions from behind and from the sides. The Imperial Guard units fight harder, their training and discipline giving them resilience the PDF lacks. They fall back in good order, establishing new defensive lines, calling for support. But the momentum has shifted. The green tide is inside the perimeter. Our boy fights in the thick of it, his chopper rising and falling, each strike learning from the one before. He sees how human armor deflects glancing blows, so he adjusts his swings to hack rather than slash. He notices how their weapons malfunction when covered in orc blood, so he deliberately sprays ichor across enemy positions. He is learning the art of war through the most direct method possible, practicing it. By midday, the settlement has fallen. The surviving humans retreat to a central bastion, a ferrocrete bunker that resists the orcs' assault. Our boy, covered in blood both green and red, calls off the attack. His boys grumble and roar, wanting to continue, but he is large enough now that his word carries weight. They need to regroup, they need to loot, and they need to think. The thinking part is unusual for orcs. Most war bosses simply throw more boys at problems until the problems go away. But our protagonist has inherited something additional in his genetic memory, or perhaps simply accessed parts of it that others ignore. He looks at the bunker and understands it will not fall to simple assault. He sees the heavy bolters in its firing ports, the thick walls, the single armored entrance. More boys will die against it than it is worth. So he does something revolutionary for an orc. He waits. He posts guards around the bunker. He has his boys loot everything in the settlement that might be useful. And he thinks, or rather, he lets his genetic memory work, accessing strategies planted by the long-dead brain boys who engineered his species countless millennia ago. The solution, when it comes, is simple. The humans in the bunker need supplies. They have food and ammunition for perhaps a week, maybe two, but they cannot sortie while surrounded, cannot resupply while the orcs control the settlement. They will eventually have to surrender or die of starvation. All the orcs need to do is wait. This proves almost harder than storming the bunker would have been. Orcs do not do patience. They exist for the moment, for the immediate satisfaction of violence. Asking them to sit still, to guard rather than attack, to wait rather than fight, it goes against every instinct. Many boys simply wander off, seeking other battles. Some try to sneak assaults on the bunker, which end predictably in death. But enough stay, enough listen, and our boy grows through their obedience, adding mass and stature with each passing day of successful leadership. By the time the bunker's gates open and the humans stumble out, half-starved and desperate, he stands a head taller than when the siege began. He has earned his size through leadership rather than just combat. The distinction matters. The humans surrender. It is an act of mercy on their part, or perhaps cowardice, depending on perspective. The orcs do not really understand surrender. They understand defeat, yes. The loser becomes subject to the winner. But the concept of laying down arms, of asking for mercy, this confuses them. Most of the boys simply start killing the humans as they emerge. Our boy stops them. This surprises even himself. But something in his growing intelligence recognizes opportunity. These humans know how to work machinery. They understand technology. They might be useful. The Gretchen can't work complex equipment, and orcs, for all their instinctive understanding of mechanics, prefer building crude, simple machines. Slaves, captured enemies forced to labor. This could serve a purpose. So the orcs take prisoners for the first time in this boy's memory. The humans are herded together, stripped of weapons, set to work clearing rubble and salvaging equipment under Gretchen's supervision. It is not kindness. It is not mercy. It is pragmatism, cold and cruel, but effective. The settlement becomes the first proper orc stronghold on this world, a place with workshops and storage, and prisoners to do the tedious work orcs find boring. Word spreads through the green-skinned population. There is a boy, bigger than most, smarter than he should be, who has taken a human settlement and kept it. Other orcs come to see. Some come to challenge, to test this upstart's strength. Our boy defeats them one after another, growing with each victory. Others come to join, recognizing opportunity when they see it. Within months, his followers number in the thousands. The spawning ground has produced not just an orc, but the beginning of something greater. In the crude workshops of the captured settlement, mech boys emerge from the general population, specialists whose genetic memory grants understanding of machinery and weapons. They start building better equipment, cobbling together looted imperial tech with orc ingenuity. Sluggers become more reliable. Choppers get fitted with crude motors that make them whine and roar. The mob becomes an army. Our boy becomes boss, not through declaration, but through recognition. The title simply starts being used. Boys call him boss because that is what he is. He commands thousands now. He holds territory. He directs construction projects and raids. He is becoming what his genetics always intended. A leader of orcs, a growing force of nature wrapped in green flesh. But the true transformation is still to come. The gestalt psychic field, that invisible force generated by orc collective belief, begins to make itself known. When the boss believes his shooter will fire straight, it does, despite mechanical impossibility. When he declares his armor strong enough to turn bullets, it becomes so, though analysis would show it should fail. The orcs' belief, their collective psychic potential, starts warping reality around their leader. He grows larger from this as much as from combat. He becomes legend even as he lives. The Imperium sends a response. 3 companies of Imperial Guard, supported by Sentinel walkers and Chimera transports. They come to reclaim the settlement, to eliminate the greenskin threat before it grows beyond control. They come with discipline and training and superior equipment. They come believing that humans, properly organized and led, can defeat any Xenos threat. They come to die. The battle lasts 3 days. The orcs meet the Imperial Guard in open warfare. Mob against regiment. Green tide against disciplined firepower. The humans kill hundreds of orcs, perhaps thousands. The numbers are hard to track when more greenskins seem to arrive every hour, drawn by the sound of battle, appearing from the fungal forests and ruins as if the fighting itself calls them into being. The boss leads from the front, which is to say, he is always in the thickest fighting. His crude armor, blessed by no tech priest, but believed in by every orc who follows him, turns aside shots that should punch through. His weapon, a massive chopper, fitted with a salvaged chain blade mechanism, carves through human armor like it's not even there. And around him, his boys fight with the fervor of true believers, because that is what they have become. Believers in their boss, in his strength, in his inevitable victory. On the 3rd day, the Imperial commander realizes they cannot win. Too many orcs, too little ammunition, too much ground lost. He orders a retreat, hoping to salvage something from the disaster. The orcs pursue. Of the 3 companies that came, perhaps 1 company worth of men makes it back to Imperial lines. The rest die or are captured, adding to the boss's growing collection of slaves and loot. The victory changes everything. Now the boss commands not thousands, but tens of thousands. Orcs from across the planet migrate toward his territory, drawn by success, by the promise of good fighting, by the gravitational pull that all successful war bosses exert. The settlement becomes a fortress, becomes a small city, Sprawling and chaotic, but undeniably powerful, smoke from crude factories fills the sky. The sound of mech boys working fills the air. War machines begin to take shape in workshops where human prisoners labor under threat of casual violence. And the boss continues to grow. 2 meters tall, becomes 2.5, then 3. His muscles bulk with power that seems to defy biology. His jaw develops the pronounced underbite of a truly large orc. His eyes, still red but now deeper, almost glowing, carry intelligence that most orcs never develop. He has become a war boss in truth. Though he does not yet carry that title, he is simply boss. But everyone knows what he will become. The first signs of the gestalt field, manifesting at scale, appear around this time. The mech boys build vehicles that should not function. Engines cobbled together from parts that don't match. Fuel systems that make no engineering sense. Weapons that would explode on first firing. But when the war boss believes they will work, they do. When he paints them red because red goes faster, they actually become faster, defying physics through the sheer psychic weight of orc conviction. Weird boys start emerging from the population. These are orcs whose genetic memory unlocked psychic potential rather than mechanical aptitude. They can feel the gestalt field, can channel it, can use it to devastate enemies or enhance their fellows. But it comes at terrible cost. The energy flows through them with such intensity that many simply explode, their bodies unable to contain the psychic pressure generated by thousands of orcs, all believing and fighting together. The weird boys who survive learn to release the energy in controlled bursts, turning enemy positions into craters or teleporting mobs of boys across battlefields. The war boss watches all of this with growing understanding. He is not just leading orcs. He is becoming the focal point of their collective power. Every orc who joins his war strengthens him. Every boy who believes in his inevitable victory makes that victory more likely through sheer psychic reality manipulation. He is growing beyond merely physical size. He is becoming mythic. But mythology requires deeds to sustain it. The Imperium still holds most of this world. They have cities, fortresses, spaceports. They have PDF regiments and Imperial Guard companies, and even, rumor says, a detachment of Space Marines inbound to deal with the green skin problem. The war boss needs to prove himself against worthy enemies, needs to feed his growing legend with victories that matter. He gathers his lieutenants, the largest and most brutal of his subordinates, orcs who have themselves grown massive through constant warfare. There are perhaps 20 of them now, each one commanding mobs numbering in the thousands. Together, they represent the first true orc army this world has seen since the original Imperial liberation centuries ago. The war boss, standing head and shoulders above even these massive knobs, lays out his vision with a clarity that surprises even himself. They will take the planetary capital, not raid it, not damage it, take it completely, hold it, make it the center of their growing empire. The city has 1 million human inhabitants, multiple PDF regiments for defense, fortifications that have stood for centuries. It should be impossible. That is exactly why they will do it. Because the impossible is what makes a WAAAGH legendary. The march begins. Tens of thousands of orcs move toward the capital, a green tide flowing across the planet's surface. They do not march in formation. They do not maintain supply lines. They simply move, consuming everything in their path, growing, larger and more numerous with every battle. Villages that thought themselves safe behind garrison walls find themselves overrun in hours. PDF outposts that might have held against raiders are swept away by sheer numbers. The green tide is unstoppable, not through tactical genius but through relentless, overwhelming force. And at its head walks the Warboss, growing larger with every victory, every battle feeding him literally and metaphorically. By the time the capital comes into view, he stands 4 meters tall, his shoulders broad enough that 2 boys could stand on them side by side. His armor is a patchwork masterpiece of looted imperial plate and Ork workmanship, every piece representing a battle won, every scar telling a story. He carries a weapon that is more like a small vehicle, a massive power claw on one arm and an oversized slugger, the size of an autocannon on the other. He is becoming what his genetics always intended, a warboss of legend, a monster wrapped in purpose. The capital's defenders see them coming from 50 kilometers away. Satellite surveillance tracks the horde's advance. Military command debates strategy, arguing about whether to sally forth and meet them in open battle or fall back behind the city walls for siege defense. The debate becomes academic when scout units report the horde's actual size. This is not a raid. This is not even an invasion. This is an extinction event. The Imperial response is immediate and total. Every PDF regiment is mobilized. Imperial Guard units deploy to defensive positions. Artillery batteries arrange their weapons. Air support prepares for continuous operations. The city becomes a fortress. Every able-bodied citizen pressed into defensive duties. Every weapon brought to bear. They will fight because they must, because surrender means death or slavery, because this is humanity's last stand on this world. The siege begins not with a battle, but with spectacle. The Warboss brings his entire horde to a halt just outside artillery range. For 3 days, they simply wait, visible on the horizon, a green stain against the planet's surface that grows larger every hour as more orcs arrive. The psychological effect is devastating. The city's defenders can see their doom approaching, can count the tens of thousands of enemies gathering, can do nothing but wait and prepare and fear. On the 4th day, the attack comes. Not a probing assault, not a feint, everything. Every orc charges at once, a living wave that crashes against the city's defenses with force that seems more geological than military. Artillery tears great holes in their ranks. The orcs keep coming. Heavy bolters cut down dozens with every burst. The orcs keep coming. Lasfire creates a wall of light that would stop any sane enemy cold. The orcs accelerate into it, howling their wordless fury. The first wall falls in an hour. The defenders fight brilliantly, professionally, with courage and discipline that would make their ancestors proud. It is not enough, has never been enough, will never be enough. The orcs simply overwhelm through numbers and momentum, and the reality-warping belief that they cannot lose because their warboss says so, and he has never been wrong. The street fighting lasts for 3 days. Every hab block becomes a fortress. Every intersection becomes a kill zone. The PDF and guard fight from prepared positions, using their knowledge of the city's layout to ambush and outmaneuver the greenskin horde. They inflict casualties that should matter. Thousands of orcs die, perhaps tens of thousands, and still more keep coming, pouring through breaches in the walls, flooding through broken defense lines, overwhelming through sheer infinite patience and infinite numbers. The Warboss himself leads assaults on the most critical positions. His presence is a weapon more powerful than any gun. Boys fight harder where he can see them, desperate to prove their worth. Reality bends around him. making his slugger more accurate, his claw more devastating, his armor more impenetrable. He is no longer just an orc. He is an idea made flesh, a belief crystallized into a 4-meter monster that cannot be stopped because everyone believes he cannot be stopped. On the 6th day, the Imperial Command Center falls. The generals die at their posts, fighting to the last with sidearms and courage. The communications arrays go dark, the defensive coordination collapses, individual units fight on, valiant and doomed, holding positions that no longer matter, defending strong points in a city that has already fallen. By the 7th day, the Warboss stands in the center of the capital, surrounded by his cheering horde, looking out over a city that is now his. Fires burn everywhere, bodies lie uncounted. The surviving humans, perhaps a few 100,000 out of the original million, cower in buildings, waiting to see if they will be killed or enslaved. The Warboss makes his decision with the same pragmatism he has shown from the beginning. Useful humans live. The rest feed the squigs. The planet is his. Not all of it, not yet. There are still Imperial strongholds, still resistance, still fighting. But the capital holds the spaceport, holds the major infrastructure, holds the symbolic significance. And symbols matter to orcs, perhaps even more than to humans, because orc symbols become reality through belief. He is Warboss of this world now. Everyone knows it. Everyone believes it. Therefore, it is true. The gestalt field intensifies around him, fed by tens of thousands of orcs all united in purpose. When he speaks of conquering other worlds, the boys listen because conquest seems inevitable. When mech boys build ships that should not fly, the Warboss's belief makes them space-worthy. When weird boys channel the field's energy to power impossible feats, the collective faith of the WAAAGH sustains the manifestation. Reality is becoming negotiable in the presence of so many orcs all believing the same things. This is the beginning of something greater. This is the moment when a boy who crawled from fungal spawn becomes a Warboss who holds worlds, but it is still only beginning. The true WAAAGH awaits. Something changes in the first days after the capital's fall. In the smoke and rubble, in the makeshift camps where tens of thousands of orcs celebrate their victory, a new kind of conflict emerges. Boys start fighting over loot, not just over the right to loot, but over specific pieces of equipment, choice scraps of metal, particular weapons. The violence is familiar. Orcs fight. It is what they do. But the underlying reason is novel. The Warboss watches from his claimed throne, a fusion of looted Imperial furniture and welded scrap metal in what was once the governor's palace. He notices something curious. The larger boys take the best loot. This is expected, natural, the way of things. But the smaller boys, denied access to choice pickings, start offering something in exchange for permission to scavenge. They offer teeth, not teeth taken from enemies, their own teeth. An orc boy approaches a knob who guards a particularly rich pile of salvage. The boy reaches into his own mouth, works a tooth loose with a wet crack, and holds it out. The knob examines it, grunts satisfaction, and allows the boy to take a few pieces of scrap. The transaction completes in seconds. The boy walks away with materials to improve his equipment. The knob walks away with a tooth he did not have before. The Warboss finds this fascinating. Orcs do not normally trade. They take or they fight for it. But here is something different, something that emerges organically from the population without his direction. He watches more transactions occur. Larger teeth buy better loot. Boys with impressive dental displays can acquire materials that smaller, newer orcs cannot. A hierarchy of value establishes itself based on the most renewable resource orcs possess, their own constantly regrowing teeth. Within a week, the practice spreads throughout the horde. Teef become currency, not through decree or law, but through organic acceptance. It makes sense on a level that orcs instinctively understand. Bigger orcs have bigger teeth. They grow them faster, replace them quicker, can afford to lose them to trade. Smaller orcs have smaller teeth, but can accumulate them through savvy trading or by taking them from defeated enemies. The system rewards strength while allowing space for cunning. The Warboss sees opportunity. He calls his largest subordinates together, 24 knobs who command significant portions of the horde. In the ruined governor's hall, under a ceiling painted with faded frescoes of imperial glory, he lays out a concept that surprises even himself with its complexity. They will formalize the teef economy, make it official, use it to organize the entire WAAAGH. The knobs listen. They are not used to economic theory. Most barely understand trade, beyond direct exchange. But the Warboss explains it in terms they can grasp. Teef means strength. Big orcs with lots of teeth can buy the best equipment. Small orcs who want better equipment must gather more teeth. To gather teeth, they must fight. Fighting makes them bigger. Getting bigger means growing bigger teeth. The cycle reinforces itself, tying economic advancement directly to the core orc value of violence. One of the knobs, a massive brute missing half his lower jaw from some long ago fight, raises a practical question. What stops a boy from just taking what he wants instead of paying teeth for it? The Warboss's answer is simple and brutal. Size still matters. The largest orcs enforce the teef economy because it benefits them. A small boy who tries to steal from a knob's loot pile gets stomped flat. But a small boy who offers teef, who engages in legitimate trade, receives protection. The system creates order without requiring laws or enforcement beyond the natural orc hierarchy. Implementation begins immediately. The Warboss declares all loot from the capital now belongs to him. This is not confiscation. Orcs who already claimed items keep them. But everything still unclaimed, every ruined building yet to be scavenged, every salvage pile not yet sorted, belongs to the Warboss, must be purchased with teef. Boys who want to salvage pay him or his appointed knobs. Teef flow upward through the hierarchy, accumulating in the hands of the largest orcs, who then spend them on services and equipment from specialists. The mech boys particularly benefit. They offer their services for teef now, building custom weapons or maintaining vehicles in exchange for payment. A boy who wants his slugger modified to fire faster must pay. An orc who needs his truck repaired must offer teef. The mechs accumulate small fortunes because their services are always in demand. With accumulated teef, they can purchase better materials, which lets them build better equipment, which increases demand for their services. The cycle spirals upward. Pain boys emerge as another teef-earning profession. These are orcs whose genetic memory unlocked medical knowledge, or what passes for medical knowledge in greenskin society. They cannot stop an orc from fighting, but they can speed healing, reattach severed limbs, replace damaged organs with crude bionics. For a price, an orc who loses an arm in battle can either wait weeks for it to regenerate. Orc healing is remarkable, but not instant. Or he can pay a pain boy to fit a new one immediately. Most choose to pay. Missing arms mean missing fights. Missing fights means not growing. Not growing means weakness. The teef economy creates a middle class of specialists. Not as large as knobs, not as powerful, but wealthy in teeth, and therefore able to access resources beyond their physical station. A clever mech boy might have fewer teeth than a massive knob simply through size difference, but more wealth than a dozen regular boys through accumulated payment. This creates complexity in Ork society that did not previously exist. Power comes from size, yes, but also from economic leverage. The Gretchen adapt fastest to the new system. These small, craven creatures lack the physical power to compete with orcs directly, but they excel at gathering teeth through service. They work as laborers, salvagers, ammunition carriers, message runners. They take payment in small denomination teeth, often broken pieces, or the smallest teeth from young boys. But even small teeth accumulate. Clever Gretchen become wealthy by Gretchen standards, wealthy enough to hire other Gretchen, creating the beginnings of enterprise. The Warboss watches his economy develop with satisfaction. It is not sophisticated by human standards. There are no contracts, no regulations, no banking systems. But it functions. It creates incentive structures that channel Ork aggression in productive directions. Boys fight not just for fighting's sake, but to grow larger, to grow bigger teeth, to afford better equipment. The cycle ties economic success directly to the martial values Orks instinctively respect. Within months, the teef economy transforms the Horde's organization. Different knobs specialize in different services. One might control salvage rights to specific districts, charging teef for access. Another runs a gladiatorial pit where boys fight for spectators' entertainment and split the entrance fees in teef. A third manages squig herds, selling the beasts for meat or as improvised weapons. The WAAAGH develops an economic infrastructure that exists parallel to its military hierarchy. Not everyone adapts smoothly. Some older orcs reject the new system, insisting that might alone should determine access to resources. They stage raids on teef-rich targets, trying to take by force what others acquired through trade. The Warboss responds with calculated brutality. He makes examples. Orcs who violate the teef economy get dragged before him. He beats them himself, publicly, demonstrating that he, the largest, strongest, most successful orc on the planet, enforces this system. If even he works within the teef economy rather than simply taking what he wants, then it must be the way things are done. The symbolic weight matters. Orcs respect strength above all else. The Warboss possesses physical strength sufficient to take anything he desires, but he chooses to participate in the teef economy, to pay for services rendered, to exchange value rather than simply seizing it. This creates cultural acceptance. If the strongest orc believes the system has merit, then the system must have merit. Belief becomes reality in orc society more directly than in most species. The gestalt field reinforces the economy in subtle ways. Teeth from successful orcs seem to be worth more than teeth from weak ones. Not objectively, a tooth is a tooth. But mechs charge less when paid with teeth from respected warriors. Pain boys provide better service for teeth earned in glorious battle. The psychic weight of the giver's reputation transfers to the medium of exchange. Teeth become not just currency, but carriers of symbolic value, blessed by the gestalt field in ways too subtle to articulate, but universally understood. New rituals emerge around teeth. When two orcs complete a particularly significant transaction, They sometimes add extra teeth as gesture of respect. When a boy kills a notably tough enemy, he might extract the foe's teeth and wear them as trophies before eventually spending them. The biggest orcs commission mechs to fashion their accumulated teeth into elaborate decorations, necklaces, belt buckles, armor inlays. The teeth serve both as wealth and as display of status, making a nob's power visible at a glance. The Warboss himself accumulates a fortune in teeth, more teeth than he could spend in several lifetimes. His throne room accumulates offerings. Boys present teeth as tribute, hoping for favor or simply because giving teeth to the biggest orc feels right. The Warboss redistributes much of this wealth, funding construction projects, commissioning new weapons, paying mechs to develop vehicles, but he keeps enough to make his wealth obvious. His armor becomes studded with teeth, hundreds of them, each one representing tribute or payment. He is not just militarily powerful, he is economically dominant. The two forms of power reinforce each other. An interesting development emerges in how different clans value teeth. The Bad Moons, orcs, whose genetic memory makes them grow teeth faster than others, become naturally wealthy. They can afford better equipment without fighting as much. This should make them weak in traditional orc society, but instead, they leverage their dental advantage into hiring the best mechs, acquiring the finest weapons, outfitting themselves with equipment that compensates for any lack of personal combat prowess. They become flashy, ostentatious, defined by their visible wealth as much as their fighting ability. The Goths reject the teeth economy most vocally. These traditionalists believe only in direct combat, in personal strength, in the purity of violence uncompromised by economic concerns. They fight more, trade less, disdain wealth in favor of martial skill. Yet even they participate in the system, if reluctantly. When a Goth needs his weapon repaired or his injuries treated, he must pay like everyone else. His teeth might come entirely from combat rather than trade, but he still uses them. The economy absorbs even his critics. The Death Skulls, scavengers, and looters by nature, thrive in the teeth economy. They specialize in salvage, finding value in places others overlook, accumulating vast quantities of materials that they sell for teeth. Their camps become trading centers where other orcs can purchase specific components or unusual items. The Death Skulls lack the martial glory of Goths or the wealth of Bad Moons, but they fill an economic niche that makes them valuable to the WAAAGH as a whole. The Blood Axes, who survived by learning from humans, adapt fastest to the teeth economy. They understand trade from observing imperial markets. They establish the first permanent teeth-based businesses, armories that stock looted weapons, workshops that specialize in specific modifications, even something resembling a bank where orcs can store teeth for safekeeping. Other clans view Blood Axes with suspicion. They are too clever, too willing to use tactics instead of straightforward violence. But even suspicious orcs trade with them because their services prove useful. The evil sons, obsessed with speed, become the transportation specialists. They build vehicles faster and better than other clans, painting everything red because red goes faster and in the gestalt feels influence. It actually does. They charge teeth for their transport services, ferrying orcs and equipment across the conquered planet at speeds that would terrify any sane being. Their natural inclination toward velocity finds economic expression in a logistics network that serves the entire WAAAGH. The snakebites resist the teeth economy most stubbornly. These primitivists reject most technology. preferring boars and squigs to vehicles, bone weapons to metal ones. They view the teef economy as unnecessary complication, as deviation from traditional orc ways. Yet even they cannot entirely escape it. When they need metal weapons to face armored enemies, they must trade. When they require medical attention beyond what shamanic remedies provide, they must pay pain boys. They participate in the economy while denouncing it, a contradiction they seem unaware of. The war boss leverages these clan differences to strengthen his control. He awards the choicest salvage rights to clans that serve him best. He commissions the finest mechs to build his vehicles. He ensures his most loyal nobs receive exclusive teef-earning opportunities. The economy becomes a tool of governance, creating webs of obligation and incentive that bind the WAAAGH together beyond simple might makes right hierarchy. Disputes arise, of course. Orcs argue over value, over fair payment, over quality of goods received. The war boss establishes a crude arbitration system. When two orcs cannot resolve a teef dispute, they bring it to him or his designated nobs. The resolution is usually simple. They fight. The winner's position is vindicated by victory. This maintains the martial essence of orc culture, while providing conflict resolution that preserves the teef economy's functionality. The human prisoners observe this economic system with befuddlement and horror. They assumed orcs were simple brutes, incapable of complex thought. Watching them develop a functioning currency system, observing trade networks emerge, seeing economic specialization develop, it contradicts everything imperial propaganda taught them about greenskins. If orcs can create economies, what else are they capable of? The question haunts the surviving humans as they labor in workshops, watching their captors build something that resembles civilization, however crude. The mechs especially benefit from teef accumulation. They establish workshops that become small industrial complexes. They employ Gretchen by the hundreds, paying them in food and small teef to handle basic tasks. They stockpile materials purchased with accumulated wealth. They commission other mechs to build specific components, creating supply chains and specialization. A mech who once built whatever he could with available scrap now focuses on specific technologies. One might specialize in sluggers, another in force fields, a third in engine modifications. This specialization improves overall quality. A mech who builds nothing but sluggers gets very good at building sluggers. His weapons become more reliable, more powerful, more desirable. Demand increases, allowing him to charge more teef, which funds better materials and tools, which improves quality further. The cycle creates excellence through economic incentive rather than random chance. The WAAAGH's overall military capability increases not through better training, but through better equipment produced by an emerging industrial class. The war boss watches this development with satisfaction that borders on something resembling pride. He did not plan all of this. He simply created conditions where the teef economy could flourish, then let orc nature handle the rest. The result is a WAAAGH, more organized, more capable, more efficient than anything he could have micromanaged. Orcs, given economic incentives and minimal structure, create complexity through millions of individual decisions, all reinforcing the same basic values of strength and violence. The accumulation of teef in the war boss's personal hoard reaches ridiculous proportions. He has more teeth than he could spend across multiple lifetimes. They pile in chambers of the former governor's palace, sorted by size and quality, guarded by his most loyal nobs. Sometimes he visits these chambers just to look at his wealth, to run his massive hands through piles of calcium trophies. It is not greed exactly. It is satisfaction. He built this. He created an economy that serves his WAAAGH and reinforces his power. The teef represents success measured in the only currency orcs truly understand. Word spreads beyond the planet. Other orc populations, isolated in jungles or mountain ranges, hear of the Warboss's teef economy. Some send envoys wanting to join a WAAAGH where violence pays. Some come to challenge the economic system, insisting traditional ways are better. The Warboss welcomes both. Joiners strengthen his horde, challengers provide entertainment and, when defeated, object lessons in why the teef economy works. Either way, the WAAAGH grows. The next phase becomes obvious. The planet is conquered. The teef economy functions. The horde grows daily as more orcs spawn from the fungal forest that now cover half the world. It is time to expand beyond this single world. Time to take the WAAAGH to the stars. And for that, the Warboss will need ships. Space-worthy vessels do not come cheap, even in teef. The mechs who can build them are rare, their skills precious. The materials required are enormous in quantity and specific in nature. But the Warboss has accumulated more teef than anyone else on the planet. He can afford the best. He brings the most skilled mechs together, shows them his horde, and tells them to build a fleet, the mech's eyes. All of them, since most mechs have bionically added extras. Light up with avarice and ambition. A commission this size is legendary. They will build ships that make reality cry. They will create vessels that fly because the Warboss believes they will fly, and that belief shapes physics itself. They will construct a fleet worthy of legend. The teef economy reaches its final form. It is not just a system of exchange anymore. It has become the mechanism by which the WAAAGH organizes itself, directs resources, incentivizes development, and reinforces hierarchy. Every tooth exchange strengthens the system. Every transaction validates the Warboss's vision. And as the mechs begin welding together ships from scavenged materials, purchased with teef earned through violence and backed by collective belief, the economy becomes something more than economic. It becomes the physical manifestation of the gestalt field's power to reshape reality according to orc values. The Warboss stands at his palace window, looking out over a city transformed, where human structures once stood in ordered rows, now ramshackle orc constructions sprawl in controlled chaos. Smoke from forges blackens the sky. The sound of industry fills the air. Teef change hands in thousands of transactions every minute. His economy works, his system functions, and soon, very soon, his WAAAGH will spread to the stars, carried on ships built with teeth and belief in equal measure. The workshops consume entire districts of the captured capital. Where human factories once produced standard imperial goods according to sacred patterns, now mech boys create weapons and vehicles that should not exist. The transformation happened gradually at first, then with gathering momentum as the teef economy provided resources and incentive. Now, 6 months after the capital's fall, the industrial capacity would shock any imperial engineer. If they survived the shock of realizing orcs could build anything at all. The lead mech on the ship construction project calls himself Grisguts. He earned his position not through size. He stands barely larger than an average boy, but through sheer mechanical brilliance. While other orcs fight for dominance through violence, Grisguts dominates through understanding machines. At a level that borders on supernatural. His workshop, claimed from what was once a munitions factory, bristles with projects in various states of completion. Half-built vehicles crowd the floor, weapon prototypes hang from chains, and in the center, impossible to miss, rises the skeleton of the first real warship. The vessel does not look like it should fly. It looks like scrap metal welded together by someone with only theoretical knowledge of what ship means. The hull plates don't match. The engines come from 3 different Imperial designs, cobbled together with Ork additions that make no engineering sense. The weapon systems defy coherent classification. And yet, Grisgutz knows it will fly. More than knows. Believes with absolute conviction. And in the presence of enough Orks all sharing that belief, conviction becomes reality. The Warboss visits the workshop regularly, drawn by fascination and pragmatic need. He lacks Grisgutz's technical knowledge but possesses something the mech needs: the belief of thousands. When the Warboss looks at the skeletal ship and declares it will carry them to glorious battles across the system, the ship becomes more likely to actually do so. The gestalt field responds to his conviction, warping probability in favor of Ork expectations. Physics becomes negotiable when enough greenskins agree on the desired outcome. Grisgutz explains his designs with enthusiasm that overwhelms comprehension. He speaks of tractor beam gubbins and force field Watsits and big shooty things, without seeming to realize these are not actual technical terms. The Warboss nods along, understanding perhaps 1 word in 10. It does not matter. Grisgutz builds. The Warboss believes. The combination produces results that would take human shipyards years to accomplish in mere months. Other mechs handle smaller projects. One specializes in trucks, simple ground vehicles that can carry boys into battle at speeds that make occupants scream with delight and terror. Another focuses on bikes, stripped-down machines that are more engine than vehicle, ridden by evil sons who paint them red for extra speed. A third creates death dreads, walking war machines piloted by Orks who became too badly injured to fight on foot, but too mean to die. Each mech establishes his own workshop empire, employing Gretchen and younger mechs, creating production chains that turn scrap into weapons. The transformation of looted Imperial equipment fascinates and horrifies the human prisoners forced to work in the workshops. They watch mechs take perfectly functional Imperial vehicles, Chimera transports, Lehman Rust tanks, even the occasional Sentinel Walker, and improve them through modifications that should render them non-functional. Armor gets torn off to reduce weight. Weapons get replaced with crude Ork equivalents. Engines get modified for more power regardless of safety margins. The vehicles that emerge look like parodies of their former selves, but they work against all reason, against all engineering principles. They work better than before. A looted Chimera stripped of half its armor and fitted with a ram on the front becomes faster and deadlier than the original. A Lehman Russ, with its turret replaced by a massive Ork cannon, gains firepower that exceeds Imperial specifications. The modifications should fail, the vehicles should explode. Instead, they function because the mechs believe they will, and the Gestalt field validates that belief. The human prisoners try to explain why Ork modifications should not work. The mechs listen with patient incomprehension. One human mechanic, a former PDF engineer, attempts to demonstrate why a particular engine configuration violates thermodynamic laws. The mech stares at him blankly, then hits the engine with a wrench. It starts purring smoothly. The engineer's expression collapses into existential horror. His entire education, his understanding of how reality works, proves useless when faced with Ork mechanics. This is when most prisoners realize the true scope of what they face. Orks are not just brutes who stumbled onto stolen technology. They possess an instinctive understanding of machinery that goes beyond learned knowledge. More than that, they possess the ability to make machines work through sheer collective willpower. The gestalt field does not just enhance Ork capabilities, it fundamentally alters how physical laws apply in their presence. Fighting such an enemy is not just dangerous, it is fighting against opponents who can rewrite the rules of engagement through belief. The Pain Boys established their own district adjacent to the mech workshops. Their hospitals would horrify any Imperial medic. Blood and oil mix on the floors. Gretchen assistants scurry between tables carrying severed limbs and mechanical parts. Orks who need medical attention line up, waiting their turn with impatient stoicism. The procedures performed within defy medical ethics and biological possibility in equal measure. A boy who lost an arm gets fitted with a crude power claw. No anesthetic, no sterility protocols. The Pain Boy simply cuts away damaged tissue, attaches the mechanical limb, and welds it directly to the Ork's nervous system through methods that should cause immediate death. The boy roars during the procedure. Not from pain, though there is pain, but from excitement at his new weapon. Minutes later, he tests the claw by crushing a nearby piece of scrap metal, already adapted to his new limb through Ork physiology that makes rapid adaptation possible. Another Ork needs organ replacement, several organs actually. He took a burst of autocannon fire that gutted him thoroughly. A human would be dead. An Ork's redundant biological systems keep him alive barely. The Pain Boy looks at the damage, grunts assessment, and starts pulling spare organs from jars. Not cloned organs, not synthetic replacements, just organs. From other Orks, from large squigs, from whatever was available. The Pain Boy installs them with the casual expertise of someone, replacing vehicle parts, connecting arteries with crude stitching, and binding tissues with adhesive that might be medical glue or might be actual glue. The patient survives. In weeks, the mismatched organs will adapt and integrate, made compatible through Ork biology's remarkable flexibility. The most disturbing procedures involve bionics. Orks who want to become stronger, faster, tougher, pay Pain Boys to replace perfectly functional body parts with mechanical equivalents. Arms become crude pistons. Legs get fitted with shock absorbers from looted vehicles. Eyes are replaced with targeting optic salvage from Imperial weapons. The motivation is pure Ork logic. If mechanical parts make you better in combat, why not replace the originals? The fact that this creates horrifying cyborg hybrids is feature, not flaw. The Warboss himself undergoes augmentation. His natural size is immense already, but Grisguts proposes modifications that could make him truly legendary. A power claw to replace his left hand, built to his massive scale, capable of crushing battle tank armor. Reinforced bones using metal alloys that will support even greater muscle mass. A bionic eye that can target at extreme range. The modifications take weeks and occur in stages, each one pushing the boundaries of what Ork biology can integrate. The transformation is painful, even for an Ork, even for one who has grown to stand 4 meters tall through constant warfare. The process of having bones reinforced and organs upgraded tests the limits of endurance. But the Warboss endures because endurance is itself a form of strength. His boys watch the process, seeing their leader become more than mere orc. He is evolving into something greater, something that blends biology and machinery into a form optimized purely for war. When the augmentation completes, the Warboss returns to his horde changed. His power claw crackles with barely contained energy. His bionic eye glows red in dim light. His reinforced skeleton supports muscle mass that would crush a normal orc's frame. He tests his new strength by crushing a boulder. Not a small boulder, but a several-ton chunk of ferrocrete. It shatters like glass. The boys erupt in approval. Their leader has transcended flesh to become something more, something unstoppable. The mechs continue their work on the warship. The skeleton has filled in now, hull plates welded into place, engines mounted. Despite their disparate origins, Grizguts walks the Warboss through the design, pointing out features with evident pride. The ship has no name yet. That will come later, in combat, when its character reveals itself. But it has weapons. So many weapons. Guns of every size and description jutting from the hull at angles that would horrify any human shipwright concerned with structural integrity or firing arcs. The bridge, such as it is, occupies the vessel's center. No elegant command throne like human capital ships boast. Just a massive chair welded to the deck, surrounded by controls that are more hit this and pull that than sophisticated interfaces. Grizguts demonstrates how the steering works, a series of levers and chains that physically turn the rudder. The Warboss tries the controls, learning their feel, getting comfortable with the idea that he will soon command this vessel through the void. The power generation system defies comprehension. Multiple reactors of completely different designs feed into a distribution network that makes no engineering sense. Radiation shielding is minimal. Safety protocols are non-existent. The whole arrangement should produce a catastrophic overload within seconds of activation. Grizguts explains that it will work because he built it to work and he is the best mech on the planet. The circular logic satisfies no one except other orcs. To them, it is simple truth. Weapon systems get tested on the planet's surface, aimed at ruins distant enough that missing will not damage anything important. The first firing of the main cannon, a gun so large it required its own structural supports, produces a blast that shakes the ground for kilometers. The projectile, cobbled together from various explosives and given approximately correct proportions, flies through the air in a trajectory that is more up then eventually down than ballistic curve. It strikes somewhere near the target. The explosion levels several blocks of ruins. Grizguts declares the test a success. The secondary weapons go through similar testing. Dozens of smaller guns, each one unique, each one built according to its mech's individual understanding of what gun means. Some fire solid shot, others fire energy beams of indeterminate origin. A few fire things that might be ammunition or might be random debris, hard to tell. Both seem to work. The overall effect is devastating in a completely unpredictable way. The Warboss loves it. The launch date approaches with gathering excitement. Every orc on the planet knows the warship nears completion. They gather in crowds around the construction site, gawking at the vessel that will carry their WAAAGH to the stars. The ship has grown far beyond original specifications. It stands 3 kilometers long now, bristling with weapons and covered in armor plates that include the hulls of several looted Imperial vessels. It is hideous. It is magnificent. It is entirely, unmistakably Ork. The Warboss selects his crew with care. He needs orcs who understand violence but also possess enough intelligence to follow complex orders. He needs mechs who can keep the ship functioning despite its contradictory design. He needs weird boys who can navigate through the warp when the time comes. And he needs boys, lots of boys, to crew weapons and repel borders and provide the psychic mass that makes the whole improbable vessel possible. 10,000 orcs volunteer. The Warboss can only take 3,000 on the first voyage. He selects based on size, skill, and teef, wealth. The largest and most successful orcs earn places. Specialists get automatic berths. The rest must prove their worth through gladiatorial combat in pits hastily constructed for selection, trials. Boys fight each other with desperate intensity, knowing that victory means adventure among the stars, while defeat means staying planet-bound. The gladiatorial trials last a week. Blood soaks the pit floors. Hundreds of orcs die or are injured badly enough to disqualify them. The survivors, bloodied and triumphant, receive teef, tokens, that guarantee their positions on the crew. They strut through the camps, showing off their tokens, basking in the jealousy of those who failed to qualify. The tokens become status symbols, evidence of martial prowess that goes beyond mere survival. The Gretchen crew selection is simpler. Grisguts need several thousand of the small creatures to handle mundane tasks. Loading ammunition, cleaning weapons, maintaining systems too small or fiddly for orc hands. He simply grabs Gretchen at random, assigning them to ship duties regardless of their opinions. The Gretchen accept this with their typical fatalism. Working on the ship might be dangerous, but everything in orc society is dangerous for Gretchen. At least this offers opportunities for advancement if they prove particularly useful. The human prisoners watch these preparations with mixed hope and dread. Some hope the orcs will leave the planet entirely, reducing the oppression they face. Others dread what will happen when the greenskins return. If they return, having conquered other worlds and grown even stronger. A few prisoners broken by months of captivity actually volunteer to join the crew as technical specialists. The Warboss accepts them. Their knowledge of Imperial technology might prove useful. The launch day arrives without fanfare. Orcs do not do ceremony, they do action. The crew boards through ramps that will be withdrawn once the ship lifts. Grisguts performs final checks, hitting systems with his favorite wrench while muttering what might be maintenance prayers or might be threats. The engines, all dozen plus of them, fire up with roars that drown out all other sound. The ground shakes. Smoke and flame pour from exhaust ports, never designed for atmospheric launch. The ship rises, slowly at first, struggling against its own mass, engines screaming with effort. Then faster as momentum builds and the gestalt field reinforces the crew's absolute conviction that the ship can and will fly. Higher, through clouds, breaking atmosphere, in an ascent trajectory that would alarm any competent orbital controller. But there are no orbital controllers anymore, just orcs, launching their first true warship through faith and firepower in equal measure. The Warboss stands on his bridge, watching the planet recede through a viewport that is really just a hole in the hull, with thick glass welded over it. His horde shrinks to toy size, then vanishes entirely as the ship climbs toward orbit. He feels something unfamiliar. Not fear. Orcs do not know real fear, but anticipation mixed with uncertainty. He is leaving the world he conquered, venturing into the void where different rules apply. Will the gestalt field work in space? Will his ship hold together? Will they find worthy enemies among the stars? The engines cut off as orbit is achieved. The ship drifts for a moment in zero gravity before Grisgut activates whatever passes for maneuvering thrusters. The vessel lurches, stabilizes, begins moving with more confidence through the void. The Warboss experiments with the controls, learning how the ship responds, getting comfortable with commanding something so large. It is not entirely different from leading a mob. Point it toward the enemy. Commit fully. Trust that size and violence will overcome obstacles. The crew adapts to void warfare with the same unconcerned acceptance they brought to everything else. Zero gravity presents challenges. Orcs are not built for weightlessness, but they simply mag-lock their boots to the deck, or use chains to anchor themselves, or accept floating around as the new normal. The weird boys suffer most from the transition. The gestalt field behaves strangely in the void, lacking the ground to anchor it. Several weird boys simply explode in the first hours, their heads erupting as they fail to contain the psychic pressure. The survivors learn to release energy more frequently, blasting harmless targets just to relieve buildup. The ship's first combat occurs almost by accident. An Imperial patrol vessel, a sword-class frigate, detects the massive Ork signature and approaches to investigate. The Imperial captain likely believes he faces a space hulk, a drifting derelict. He realizes his error when the Ork ship turns toward him with disturbing speed and opens fire with every gun simultaneously. The volley is completely uncoordinated. Different weapons fire at different times. Shells and beams fly in every direction. Perhaps one shot in 10 actually aims at the Imperial vessel. But there are hundreds of weapons. The scatter pattern creates a wall of destruction that the frigate cannot avoid entirely. Armor buckles under impacts. Shields flare and fail. The Imperial ship tries to return fire with disciplined gunnery, but the Ork vessel's sheer mass absorbs punishment that would cripple a proper warship. The Warboss orders ramming speed. This is not sophisticated tactics. This is not void warfare doctrine. This is what makes sense to an Ork. If the enemy is there and you are here, go there very fast and hit them hard. The engines roar to full power. The Ork ship accelerates with momentum that should not be possible for something so large. The Imperial captain realizes the danger, but too late. His vessel cannot turn fast enough, cannot accelerate fast enough, cannot avoid the inevitable. The collision is spectacular. The Ork ship's ram, a massive prow added specifically for this purpose, punches through the frigate's starboard side. Metal screams, hull plates buckle, atmosphere vents into the void. The two vessels lock together, spinning slowly, joined at the impact point. Orks prepare to board. This is what they know. This is where they excel. Close combat where strength and fury overcome discipline and training. They stream through the breach wearing no pressure suits, just their natural resilience to void exposure keeping them alive long enough to reach pressurized sections. The Imperial crew fights desperately, but they face an enemy that does not respect the rules of void warfare. Orks who should be dead from vacuum exposure keep fighting. Orks who take hits that should be fatal remain dangerous until physically dismembered. The boarding action lasts an hour. The Imperial crew fights room by room, deck by deck, selling every meter at terrible cost. But Orks keep coming, pouring through the breach in numbers that seem impossible given the size of their vessel. In the end, the frigate falls. The surviving crew either dies fighting or surrenders. The Orks loot everything that is not welded down and many things that are. The frigate itself becomes a trophy. Too damaged to fly, but valuable for parts. The Warboss surveys his first void victory with satisfaction. They took losses. Perhaps 200 boys dead, several hundred more injured. But they won. They captured an Imperial warship. They proved the Ork vessel can fight in space. And most importantly, they announced their presence to the Imperium. The WAAAGH is no longer planet-bound. The green tide can spread to the stars. Grizguts begin salvaging the frigate immediately, stripping useful components and incorporating them into the Ork ship. Within weeks, the warship gains improvements never imagined in the original design. Lance batteries from the frigate's weapons bays, shield generators that actually work, sensors that provide some ability to detect enemies beyond visual range. The ship becomes a hybrid monstrosity, combining Ork building philosophy with scavenged Imperial technology in ways that should not function but do, because enough Orks believe they will. More victories follow. The Warboss hunts through the system, seeking Imperial vessels to fight and plunder. He captures a transport carrying reinforcements to the outer worlds. He destroys an escort squadron that tries to engage him. He raids a orbital station, looting its supplies and capturing its crew. Each victory adds to the ship's capabilities as Grizguts incorporates new technologies and refined designs. The growing fleet attracts attention. More Orks from the surface build ships, crude copies of the Warboss's vessel, or wildly different designs based on individual mechs' visions. The system fills with ramshackle Ork spacecraft, each one unique, each one bristling with weapons, each one hungry for combat. The green tide extends beyond a single planet now. It floods the system, threatening every Imperial presence. The Imperium responds with force proportional to the threat. A battle group deploys, 3 cruisers, 8 frigates, support vessels, enough firepower to cleanse an entire system of Xenos filth. The Imperial commander assumes he faces typical Ork raiders, disorganized, poorly equipped, dangerous only in swarms. He does not realize he faces something new, something organized, something led by a Warboss whose intelligence matches his strength. The battle that follows will be remembered in Imperial records as the Void Cleansing. The Ork vessels, scattered across the system, converge on the Imperial battle group with timing that suggests coordination. They attack from multiple vectors simultaneously, overwhelming the Imperial's ability to respond. Individual Ork ships are inferior. Weak armor, inconsistent weapons, vulnerable to sustained fire. But there are dozens of them, hundreds of weapons all firing at once. The mathematical superiority of Imperial training and equipment cannot overcome sheer numerical disadvantage. The Warboss leads the assault personally, his flagship ramming one of the cruisers amidships. The impact cripples both vessels, but Orks expect to be crippled. They planned for it. While the 2 ships spin together, locked by mangled metal, the Orks board en masse. Within the cruiser's corridors, Imperial advantages vanish. This is not void warfare where discipline and training matter. This is close combat where rage and strength dominate. The cruiser falls, then another. The frigates try to escape, but the Ork vessels pursue relentlessly. Engines redlined past any safe operating level, held together by belief more than engineering. 3 frigates make it to the Mandeville Point and translate into the war. The rest are destroyed or captured. The Imperial battle group ceases to exist. The Void Cleansing becomes the Void Defeat, a disaster that will force the Imperium to reassess the threat this system represents. The Warboss returns to his flagship victorious, but changed. He has seen what coordination can accomplish. He has led a multi-ship engagement, and won through something approximating actual tactics rather than mere overwhelming force. The experience teaches him. The gestalt field grows stronger around him, fed by the belief of thousands of orcs who witness their leader's tactical genius. He is becoming more than a war boss. He is becoming a threat the Imperium will have to devote serious resources to eliminate. And the WAAAGH is just beginning. The weird boys sense it first. They always do. Something shifts in the immaterium, in that layer of reality where thought bleeds into existence and belief shapes matter. The gestalt field, that psychic emanation generated by all orcs collectively, strengthens with each passing day. What began as subtle reality warping, making red vehicles faster, keeping impossible machines functional, evolves into something far more profound. Zogwart is the most powerful weird boy serving the war boss. He earned his position by surviving longer than most of his kind. 3 full years without exploding. A remarkable achievement for an orc whose brain channels the collective psychic pressure of tens of thousands. His head aches constantly. His eyes bleed green energy when the pressure builds too high. But he has learned to control the flow, to direct the gestalt field's power rather than simply being destroyed by it. He finds the war boss in what passes for a strategic planning session. The war boss and his largest knobs gathered around a hololithic display looted from an Imperial command center, trying to figure out how it works. Zogwart interrupts without ceremony. Weird boys rank below knobs in the hierarchy, but they command respect through sheer danger. An unstable weird boy in an enclosed space represents a threat to everyone present. The field grows stronger, Zogwart announces. His voice carries harmonics that make nearby orcs uncomfortable. More orcs means more power. More power means more possibilities. He struggles with the last word. Weird boys lack vocabulary for describing psychic phenomena. They experience it directly, understand it instinctively, but translating experience into language proves difficult. The war boss understands anyway. He feels it too, though differently. When he declares something will happen, it becomes more likely to happen. When he believes his armor impenetrable, enemy shots seem to miss more often. When he insists his slugger never jams, it doesn't, despite firing mechanism that should fail constantly. This is the gestalt field responding to his will, to his absolute conviction. The more orcs believe in him, the more reality accommodates his expectations. Show me, the war boss demands. He wants to understand this power beyond simply experiencing it. Zogwart nods, leads him to one of the ship's observation decks, a chamber with actual windows rather than view screens, because orcs prefer to see enemies directly rather than through technology. Outside, void stretches in all directions, punctuated by distant stars, and the planet they conquered hanging like a green-brown marble below. Zogwart points at a piece of debris floating past, wreckage from one of the destroyed Imperial vessels, a hull plate perhaps 3 meters across. He concentrates. His eyes blaze with green fire. The gestalt field focuses through him like sunlight through a lens. The debris plate, solid metal that should require substantial force to affect, crumples like paper, then explodes, then simply ceases to exist. Reality itself rejecting the object's presence because the weird boy willed its destruction. The war boss watches with intense interest. The implications ripple through his increasingly complex tactical thinking. If weird boys can channel the gestalt field to destroy objects, what else becomes possible? Can they enhance weapons, strengthen defenses, transport entire mobs across battlefields? The possibilities seem limited only by imagination, and the Weird Boy's ability to survive channeling such power. Over the following weeks, the Warboss experiments with his Weird Boys systematically. He gathers all 23 of them, those who survived the transition to void combat without exploding, and sets them tasks. One group focuses on enhancing weapons, channeling gestalt energy into sluggers and choppers to make them hit harder. Another works on force fields, creating psychic barriers that deflect incoming fire. A third explores teleportation, attempting to move objects from one location to another through pure will. The results are spectacular and horrifying. Weapons enhanced by Weird Boy power gain capabilities beyond their physical design. Sluggers firing with autocannon force, choppers cutting through armor like it's cloth. But the cost is terrible. Weird Boys explode regularly, their bodies unable to contain the psychic pressures they channel. Of the original 23, only 15 survived the first month of experimentation. The survivors are stronger, more capable, better able to control the gestalt field's flow. But they are also clearly damaged, their bodies warping under constant psychic stress. Zogwart survives and thrives, becoming the Warboss's most valued specialist. He discovers he can sense enemy positions through the warp, feeling their presence as disturbances in reality's fabric. He learns to enhance the Warboss's personal combat prowess, channeling gestalt energy to make the massive orc even stronger, even more resilient. Most impressively, he develops the ability to teleport small groups, a dozen boys at most, across limited distances. The tactical applications are obvious. The first combat use of mass teleportation occurs during a raid on an Imperial fuel depot orbiting the system's gas giant. The depot's defenses are formidable. Void shields, lance batteries, garrison of PDF troopers supported by automated weapon systems. A conventional assault would cost hundreds of orc lives. The Warboss chooses unconventional approach. Zogwart and 4 other Weird Boys gather in the flagship's largest chamber, surrounded by 200 of the Warboss's best boys. The Weird Boys begin their work channeling the gestalt field, feeling for the depot through the immaterium. The effort is immense. Their eyes bleed, their skin cracks, leaking green ichor, but they maintain focus, tearing a hole in reality that connects 2 distant points in space. The boys charge through. One moment they stand on the flagship's deck. The next, they materialize inside the depot's main ammunition storage chamber. The teleportation is not precise. Several boys appear fused with walls or floor, dying instantly. A few emerge in a hard vacuum, their bodies bursting before they can react. But most arrive intact, confused but functional, already swinging choppers at the shocked PDF troopers who guard the depot's heart. The defense collapses within minutes. PDF soldiers, trained to repel boarding actions through normal means, cannot respond to enemies appearing from nowhere in their most secure locations. They fight bravely but uselessly, overwhelmed by orcs who have bypassed every defensive layer. The depot falls. The orcs loot its fuel reserves, towing massive storage tanks back to their fleet. And 3 of the 5 Weird Boys survive, though Zogwart is the only one still capable of speaking coherently. The success proves the gestalt field's tactical value. The Warboss begins incorporating Weird Boy power into his battle plans as a standard element rather than desperate gamble. Raids include teleportation strike teams. Major battles feature Weird Boys enhancing key warriors. The fleet's void shields, already functional through orc belief, gain strength when Weird Boys channel gestalt energy into them. The WAAAGH develops capabilities that transcend mere physical might. But the gestalt field's influence extends beyond conscious manipulation. It affects the entire orc population in subtle, pervasive ways. Boys grow faster when surrounded by successful warriors. Weapons perform better when wielded with absolute confidence. Vehicles painted in clan colors actually gain the attributes those colors represent. Red ones accelerate faster. Black ones prove harder to spot. Yellow ones explode more enthusiastically. The field warps reality to match orc expectations, creating positive feedback loops that make the WAAAGH stronger through its own success. The mech boys benefit most from this effect. Their constructions, already implausible, become genuinely impossible under gestalt field enhancement. Grizguts builds a weapon he calls the shock attack gun, a teleportation cannon that fires snotlings through the warp to emerge inside enemy tanks or bunkers. The weapon should not work. The mathematics of warp translation make spontaneous short-range teleportation impossible. But Grizguts believes it works. The Warboss believes it works. When fired, snotlings do indeed vanish from the barrel and reappear inside target vehicles, tearing apart electronics and machinery in their confusion and terror. Other mechs develop their own impossible weapons, force field generators that run on nothing but optimistic thinking, gravity hammers that strike with planetary scale force despite being handheld, custom mega blasters that fire coherent energy beams generated through mechanisms that would make Imperial tech priests weep. Each weapon functions because the gestalt field makes function possible, reality accommodating belief through psychic pressure. The human prisoners observe these developments with growing despair. They cling to the hope that someone in the Imperium understands what is happening here, that reinforcements will arrive, that humanity's superior technology and organization will ultimately prevail. But watching orc psychic power warp reality around them, seeing weapons that should not exist function flawlessly, witnessing the gestalt field make the impossible routine, hope erodes. They face an enemy that can reshape reality through collective will. How does one fight that? The Warboss himself undergoes the most dramatic transformation under the gestalt field's influence. His physical size continues increasing. He stands nearly 5 meters tall now, so massive that standard orc equipment no longer fits. Grizguts must custom build everything for him: armor, weapons, even the throne on his flagship's bridge. But the psychic changes dwarf the physical. When the Warboss speaks, reality listens. When he declares victory inevitable, defeat becomes genuinely less likely. When he points at an enemy and declares them doomed, they often die through no direct action, as if his conviction alone wills their destruction. This power attracts followers beyond the Warboss's immediate warband. Orcs from other spawning grounds, other tribes, other planets entirely begin making their way to his system. They sense the gestalt field's strength, feel its pull across the void, recognize the presence of a Warboss who might unite them all. The fleet swells with new arrivals. The planet below spawns more orcs daily, its fungal forest spreading across every landmass. What began as a single Warboss leading a single horde transforms into something approaching a true WAAAGH, a psychic hurricane gathering strength. The Imperial Tarot, that divinatory tool used by sanctioned psychers to predict threats, begins showing ominous signs. Astropaths across the sector report dreams of green tides drowning worlds. Navigators see the gestalt field as a bright stain in the warp, visible from light years away, pulsing with aggressive hunger. The Ordo Xenos receives reports, analyzes data, reaches the correct conclusion. A major Ork threat is coalescing. They dispatch warnings, mobilization orders go out, but the Imperium moves slowly, burdened by bureaucracy and beset by enemies on every front. The Warboss does not wait for the Imperium to respond. He takes the fight to them. His fleet, now numbering 20 capital-scale vessels and hundreds of smaller craft, begins raiding neighboring systems. They hit lightly defended worlds, overwhelming garrisons before help arrives. They capture or destroy isolated Imperial installations. They spread fungal spores wherever they go, seeding future Ork populations that will spawn and grow and eventually require purging. Each raid strengthens the WAAAGH, adding resources, loot, and glory to feed the growing legend. The raids follow a pattern that suggests genuine strategy, rather than random aggression. The Warboss targets systems with significant Imperial infrastructure, but minimal military presence. He avoids heavily fortified positions, seeking easier victories that accumulate into strategic advantage. He uses the Gestalt field's power to coordinate his fleet across vast distances. Weird boys communicating through the warp in ways that bypass Imperial surveillance. The raiding campaign demonstrates sophistication that challenges every Imperial assumption about Ork intelligence. One raid targets a Forge World's outlying mining colony. The colony produces rare metals essential for plasma weapon construction. The Imperial Navy maintains a token presence. 3 frigates, minimal ground forces. The Warboss brings overwhelming force. 10 capital ships, thousands of boys. The colony never had a chance. What makes the raid significant is what the Warboss does afterward. He does not simply destroy the mining facilities, he captures them, sets mechs to operating them, continues production under Ork management. The captured Forge World facilities churn out metals that mechs incorporate into weapon construction. The weapons improve dramatically in quality and capability. Sluggers become more reliable. Armor plating grows thicker and more resilient. Vehicle engines gain power and endurance. The WAAAGH develops an industrial base that can sustain extended campaigning rather than relying solely on captured loot. This transformation from raiders to conquerors marks a dangerous evolution. The Imperium finally responds with appropriate force. A battle fleet deploys. 5 battleships, 20 cruisers, dozens of escorts, supporting elements including Space Marine strike forces and Mechanicus vessels. The combined firepower could cleanse multiple systems of Xenos taint. The fleet commander, a grizzled admiral with decades of experience fighting greenskins, expects a quick campaign. He will destroy the Ork fleet, bombard their conquered worlds, and move on to the next crisis. Standard anti-Xenos procedure. The first engagement shatters his expectations. The Ork fleet meets him not in disorganized swarm, but in something resembling battle formation. Capital ships form a rough line. Smaller vessels screen their flanks. Weird boys coordinate through the Gestalt field, enabling communication despite Ork Vox systems' unreliability. When the Imperials open fire, the Orks do not simply charge forward. They execute a maneuver, crude by naval standards but recognizable as actual tactics. Half the fleet holds position, absorbing the Imperial bombardment. The other half swings wide, attempting to flank. The Admiral adjusts his formation, refusing the flank, concentrating fire on the Ork center. His training and experience guide his decisions. He has fought greenskins before, he knows their weaknesses. Orks cannot match Imperial discipline, cannot coordinate complex maneuvers, cannot sustain long-range engagement. He pours fire into the Ork center, destroying 3 capital ships in the opening salvos, expecting the formation to collapse. It holds. Damaged Ork vessels continue fighting despite casualties that would cripple Imperial ships. The flanking element completes its swing, coming in from an unexpected angle. And then, just as the Imperial fleet commits, to the center, Weird Boys execute mass teleportation. 2,000 Orks materialize aboard the Admiral's flagship, appearing throughout the vessel in strikes precisely targeted at critical systems. The flagship's defense fails immediately. The teleport assault bypasses every security measure. Orks appear on the bridge, in engineering, in the plasma reactor chambers. They tear through shocked crew, destroying controls, sabotaging systems. The ship's command structure collapses. The Admiral dies at his post, hewn down by a massive knob who teleported directly into the bridge. The flagship, burning and powerless, drifts out of formation. The battle turns. Without coordinated leadership, the Imperial formation fragments. Individual captains make decisions based on local conditions rather than fleet-wide strategy. The Orks, paradoxically, maintain better cohesion through the Gestalt field's unifying influence. They swarm damaged vessels. They concentrate fire. They use tactics that are crude but effective, overwhelming through persistence when subtlety fails. The Imperial battle fleet retreats. It is not routed. They pull back in good order, ships covering each other's withdrawal. But they retreat, leaving the Orks in control of the void. The psychological impact exceeds the material losses. The Imperium sent a battle fleet to crush a greenskin infestation and failed. Failed against Orks. Failed against an enemy that should not possess the capability to defeat organized Imperial naval forces. The Warboss watches the Imperial retreat from his bridge, standing before the viewport with his massive arms crossed. Victory. Again. His WAAAGH defeated a battle fleet. The Gestalt field swells with collective triumph, fed by thousands of Orks celebrating across the fleet. The Warboss feels it flow through him, strengthening him further, adding to his legend. He is no longer merely large, he is becoming mythic. A Warboss whose name will spread across sectors, whose reputation will draw Orks from across the galaxy. But he feels something else too. Satisfaction, yes, but also hunger. The Imperial battle fleet was the best fight he has had since claiming this system. The challenge, the genuine threat of defeat, the need to actually think and plan. These elements made victory meaningful. Simple slaughter bores him now. He has grown beyond mere bloodlust. He needs worthy enemies, needs challenges that test his developing capabilities, needs something that pushes him to become more than he is. His gaze turns toward the system's edge, toward the wider galaxy beyond. More worlds exist out there, stronger enemies, greater challenges. The Imperium spans 1,000,000 worlds, commands resources beyond counting, fields armies that make his current horde look insignificant. Out there, somewhere, exist opponents who can truly test him. Space Marines, Titans, perhaps even Primarchs, those demigod-like beings of legend. The thought excites him in ways simple conquest no longer can. The WAAAGH must grow, must expand, must become large enough to threaten not just a system or a sector, but entire segmentums. Only then will the greatest enemies take notice. Only then will he face challenges worthy of what he is becoming. The Gestalt field responds to his ambition, swelling with psychic pressure that makes the weird boys throughout the fleet cry out in mixture of pain and ecstasy. Reality itself seems to hold its breath, waiting to see what this Warboss will do next. Zogwart approaches cautiously. The weird boy looks terrible. His skin has split in places, leaking green energy rather than blood. His eyes glow with constant psychic fire, but he grins despite evident pain. "Boss," he says, "the field shows me things, shows me other orcs, millions of them, billions, all waiting for a leader strong enough to unite them, all feeling your presence through the warp. They will come. They are coming. The war will be..." He pauses, seeking words. "Infinite." The Warboss nods slowly. He feels it too. The gestalt feels expansion, spreading like ripples from a stone thrown in still water. His presence, his victories, his growing legend, all of it broadcasts through the immaterium, drawing orcs toward him like metal filings to a magnet. Within months, perhaps weeks, his fleet will be joined by others. His horde will swell beyond anything this sector has seen. And then they will bring war to the Imperium on a scale worthy of legend. The green tide will rise, and nothing will stop it. Nothing can stop it, because the Warboss believes it cannot be stopped. And in the Gestalt field's reality warping influence, his belief becomes prophecy. The first foreign Warboss arrives 3 months after the battle fleet's defeat. His fleet translates from the warp at the system's edge. 15 ships, crude even by Ork standards, bearing the black and white checks of Goth clan identity. The transmission that follows is simple and direct, a challenge. The Goth Warboss wants to fight the Ork who defeated an Imperial battle fleet, wants to prove Goth superiority, wants to take command through victory or die trying. The Warboss considers destroying the Goth fleet immediately. His forces outnumber them 3 to 1. His weapons are superior. His weird boys could teleport assault teams aboard their ships before they reacted, but something stays his hand. These orcs came seeking him specifically. They crossed void distances to find him. They recognized his growing legend and responded to it. Destroying them would be wasteful. Recruiting them would be valuable. He accepts the challenge. Not fleet against fleet. That would be too destructive. Single combat. Warboss against Warboss. The traditional Ork method of determining hierarchy. The strongest leads. The weaker submits or dies. Simple. Pure. Honest. In a way more sophisticated species cannot match. They meet on a barren moon orbiting the conquered planet. Neutral ground, though. The concept of neutrality barely exists in Ork culture. The Goth Warboss emerges from his lander, massive even by Ork standards, perhaps 4.5 meters tall, muscles like corded cables under scarred green hide. He wears minimal armor, trusting his natural toughness. He carries a power claw and a big chopper, weapons worn smooth by decades of use. His red eyes assess his opponent with professional evaluation. The Warboss matches him for size. His power claw crackles with barely contained energy. His bionic eye tracks the Goth's movements with mechanical precision. But more than physical presence, he radiates something else. Authority, confidence. The Gestalt feels weight pressing on reality around him. Other Orks feel it instinctively, recognizing a leader whose power transcends mere physical might. The fight begins without signal. One moment they stand facing each other. The next, they charge. The impact when they meet shakes the moon's surface. Power claws lock together, each trying to overpower the other. Choppers swing, testing defenses, seeking openings. They circle and feint and strike with speed that seems impossible for being so large. The Goth Warboss is skilled. He has survived decades of constant warfare, defeated dozens of rivals, unified his clan through strength and brutality. His technique is flawless, his strikes precise, his defense solid. Under normal circumstances, he might have had a chance, But these are not normal circumstances. He faces an opponent blessed by the gestalt field, strengthened by the belief of tens of thousands, enhanced by reality itself bending to accommodate his legend. The Warboss's power claw catches the Goth's chopper, crushes it. The weapon, well made and maintained for years, crumples like foil before the Goth can react. The Warboss's other hand, still flesh, still organic, but strong beyond biology, grabs the enemy's power claw. He holds it despite the energy fields, despite the strength behind it. He holds it and twists. Metal shrieks. The power claw's mechanisms fail. The Goth roars, tries to break free, finds himself held firm. The Warboss pulls him close, close enough that their faces nearly touch. For a moment, they simply stare at each other. Then the Warboss speaks, his voice carrying across the moon's surface without need for amplification. You came for a challenge. You found it. Now you have a choice. Join my WAAAGH or die here. Simple, the Goth considers. His culture values death in combat above almost everything. Dying in glorious battle is the ultimate honor. But something in the Warboss's presence, in the gestalt field's pressure, in the sheer certainty radiating from this opponent, it makes him reconsider. This is not just another Warboss. This is something more, something that might actually achieve what every Ork dreams about, the greatest WAAAGH, the ultimate war, the big one. He submits, not through words. Goths don't do flowery speech. He simply stops, struggling. Lowers his eyes slightly, the Ork equivalent of acknowledgement. The Warboss releases him. The Goth steps back, bows his head fully, and pounds his chest in salute, his warband watching from their landers, raw approval. They came seeking glory through combat. They found a leader worthy of following. Either outcome satisfies the Goth need for excellence. The Goth fleet integrates into the WAAAGH within days. Their Warboss becomes one of the primary lieutenants, leading assault forces with the brutal directness his clan favors. His boys bring Goth culture with them. Emphasis on close combat, disdain for cowardly tactics like shooting, obsessive focus on personal prowess. They establish their section of the fleet, painting their ships in clan colors, maintaining their identity while serving the greater whole. More clans arrive over the following months. A Bad Moon Warboss appears with a fleet that looks more like a merchant caravan. Ships loaded with loot, teef, and flashy equipment. The Bad Moon submit after brief negotiation, recognizing that the growing WAAAGH offers better profit opportunities than independent raiding. They bring wealth and commercial connections, establishing trade networks that funnel resources throughout the growing horde. The evil sons come next, drawn by rumors of fast vehicles and good fighting. Their Warboss challenges the boss to a race. First one to circumnavigate the conquered planet wins. The contest becomes legendary among Orks for sheer insane speed. Vehicles push past all reasonable limits, held together by belief and prayer, screaming around a planet at velocities that should cause atmospheric combustion. The Warboss wins, barely, his vehicle's red paint job giving just enough psychic edge to cross the finish line first. The evil sons, impressed by any leader who can drive that fast, join immediately. The Death Skulls arrive uninvited, simply showing up and starting to salvage from battlefields. When confronted, their Warboss points out that they are already looting the WAAAGH's enemies, so they might as well be official members. The logic is circular and perfect. The Warboss accepts it, gaining access to the Death Skull's unparalleled salvage and recycling capabilities. They turn defeat into resource, stripping enemy wrecks for parts within hours of battles concluding. The blood axes present the most interesting case. They arrive not with a fleet, but with a single ship, carrying a relatively small warband. Their warboss requests a meeting, not a fight. This immediately marks him as dangerously unconventional. Blood axes learn from humans, adopt tactics other orcs consider un-orky, sometimes even retreat when situation demands. Other clans view them with suspicion. The Blood Axe Warboss presents his case with surprising eloquence. His clan brings skills the WAAAGH lacks: reconnaissance, infiltration, human military doctrine understanding, the ability to fight smart instead of just hard. He offers his services not as a subordinate but as a specialist, asking only to maintain his clan's independence in exchange for providing unique capabilities. It is a remarkable negotiation by Orc standards. The Warboss considers carefully. His natural Orc instinct says to fight, establish dominance through violence, force submission. But his growing intelligence, enhanced by the gestalt field and decades of warfare, recognizes value in what the blood axes offer. He accepts the proposal with modifications. The blood axes can maintain their identity and methods, but they must acknowledge his overall command and contribute to major operations. A compromise, almost unprecedented in Orc society. The snakebites arrive last, reluctant and suspicious. They reject most technology, preferring boars and primitive weapons to vehicles and guns. They view the WAAAGH's industrial capability with contempt, insisting that true orcs fight with nature's gifts rather than mech contraptions. Their warboss, ancient by orc standards and missing 3 limbs to old wounds, challenges the legitimacy of leading through technology rather than pure strength. The warboss addresses this concern through demonstration. He strips off his bionic enhancements, removes his power armor, discards his advanced weapons. He faces the snakebite warboss with nothing but his natural body, admittedly enhanced by decades of growth through combat, but still fundamentally organic. They fight for 3 hours. When it ends, both are bloodied, but the warboss stands victorious. The snakebites submit, satisfied that their leader is strong in flesh, not just metal. With all major clans represented, the WAAAGH achieves something rare in Orc history: genuine unity. Not unity imposed through superior force, though force played its role. Unity born from recognition that this warboss offers something greater than individual clan glory. He offers the big one, the greatest WAAAGH since the War of the Beast, perhaps the greatest WAAAGH ever. The unified clans bring diversity that strengthens the whole beyond the sum of parts. Goths provide elite shock troops for critical assaults. Bad moons fund development of new weapons and equipment. Evil suns maintain a transportation network that moves supplies and reinforcements rapidly. Death skulls ensure nothing goes to waste, recycling every scrap of material. Blood axes handle reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Snakebites provide elite beast riders and shamanic support. The integration creates tensions. Goths and blood axes argue constantly over tactics. Bad moons and death skulls clash over salvage rights. Evil suns mock snakebites for being slow. Snakebites mock evil suns for relying on machines. These conflicts remain manageable because the warboss established clear hierarchy. When disputes arise that cannot be settled through direct combat, they come to him. His word is final, not through law or custom, but through earned respect and gestalt field reinforced authority. The clan diversity also enables specialized formations. The warboss creates dedicated units optimized for specific roles. Goth-heavy assault groups for breaching fortifications. Evil suns motorized columns for rapid strikes, Death Skull engineering companies for siege operations, Blood Axe reconnaissance elements for information gathering. Each unit maintains clan identity while serving broader WAAAGH objectives. The teef economy adapts to incorporate clan differences. Bad Moons charge premium prices for their flashy equipment but deliver quality. Death Skulls offer bargain rates on salvage goods of variable condition. Evil Sun's transportation services cost more for faster delivery. Goths disdain the economy but participate grudgingly, recognizing that even the toughest warrior needs his weapons maintained. The economic integration binds the clans together through mutual dependence. Cultural exchange occurs despite clan insularity. Goth boys learn Evil Sun's vehicle maintenance tricks. Bad Moons adopt Death Skull salvage techniques. Blood Axes teach scouting methods to interested members of other clans. Snakebites share their animal handling expertise with anyone willing to work with beasts instead of machines. The WAAAGH becomes a melting pot of Ork culture, different traditions mixing and evolving. The gestalt field responds to this diversity by growing more complex. Where before it simply reinforced Ork expectations, now it begins generating specialized effects based on clan beliefs. Goth weapons hit harder because Goths believe in pure combat prowess. Bad Moon armor shines brighter and actually deflects shots better because Bad Moons believe wealth equals quality. Evil Sun's vehicles achieve impossible speeds because their pilots know Red goes faster. The field accommodates multiple belief systems simultaneously, becoming richer and more powerful through diversity. The Warboss himself evolves under this influence. He stops being simply the biggest, strongest Ork. He becomes the focal point where all clan identities converge. Goths respect his combat prowess. Bad Moons admire his accumulated wealth in teef. Evil Suns appreciate his understanding of speed's value. Death Skulls value his practical approach to resource use. Blood Axes respect his tactical flexibility. Snakebites acknowledge his physical might. He is the ideal warboss because he embodies what every clan values, unified in a single being. This transformation manifests physically. His skin darkens to deep forest green, a shade associated with legendary orcs. His muscles seem to contain condensed violence, every movement promising explosive power. His presence affects reality visibly. Air shimmers around him when he becomes angry. The ground trembles when he walks. His voice carries psychic weight that makes lesser beings flinch. He is becoming what orcs call a warlord, a warboss who united multiple clans and commands sufficient power to threaten entire sectors. The unified WAAAGH attracts attention across the sector. Imperial intelligence agencies note the unusual organization. Ordo's Xenos Inquisitors compile reports documenting this Ork threat's unprecedented coordination. Recommendations go up command chains, urging immediate action before the WAAAGH grows too large to contain, but the Imperium remains stretched thin, beset by threats on every front. The response, when it comes, proves inadequate to the scale of danger. The Warboss ignores Imperial machinations. He focuses on uniting his growing horde, on forging a fighting force capable of achieving his vision. He holds massive gatherings where representatives from all clans meet, resolving disputes, coordinating plans, celebrating victories. These assemblies become legendary among orcs, thousands gathering to listen to their warboss speak, to bask in the gestalt field's concentrated power, to feel themselves part of something greater than individual clan glory. At one such gathering, held in the ruins of the planetary capital, The Warboss makes a declaration that echoes through the gestalt field to every orc in the system. They have unified the clans, they have built a fleet, they have defeated Imperial forces repeatedly. Now it is time for the next step. Time to spread the WAAAGH beyond this system, to neighboring sectors, to entire segmentums if necessary. Time to show the galaxy what unified orcs can accomplish. The declaration is met with a roar that shakes buildings. Hundreds of thousands of orcs, all clans represented, all unified under one Warboss, all believing absolutely in inevitable victory. The gestalt field swells with their collective will, warping reality noticeably. The sky flashes green, the ground trembles, and somewhere in the warp, astropaths across the sector cry out in pain, sensing the psychic pressure of a WAAAGH ready to explode outward like a green supernova. The unity is complete. The clans are bound. The WAAAGH stands ready. All that remains is choosing where to strike first, where to demonstrate this new power, where to announce to the Imperium that a threat has emerged that cannot be ignored. The Warboss retreats to his war room, surrounded by his clan leaders, studying star maps looted from Imperial sources. Somewhere out there waits the perfect target, the perfect challenge, the perfect start to what will become the greatest WAAAGH in millennia. And the green tide begins its gathering, preparing to crash across worlds with force that will drown armies and topple civilizations. The Imperium remains ignorant of the scale of what approaches, but it will learn. Soon. Inevitably. As sure as the green tide rises, it will learn. Zokward collapses during a routine meeting, his body seizing with psychic overload. This is not unusual. Weird boys suffer such episodes regularly. What makes this collapse different is what happens next. As pain boys rush to stabilize him, as the Warboss and his lieutenants watch with concern, Zokward begins speaking. Not in normal orc dialect, but in something ancient, something that predates their species' current form. The words carry weight beyond meaning. They resonate through the gestalt field, spreading from Zokward's convulsing form in ripples of green energy. Every orc in the chamber feels them, understands them on a level deeper than conscious thought. This is not Zokward speaking anymore. This is something using him as a conduit, something vast, something that has witnessed orc civilization since its beginning. Gork and Mork speak through their servant, the twin gods of the orc pantheon. Gork, who is brutal but cunning, and Mork, who is cunning but brutal. Make their will known through the weird boy's tortured form. They have watched the Warboss's rise with approval. They see in him potential for greatness, for a WAAAGH that will shake the galaxy, that will remind the younger races why orcs were designed as the ultimate warriors. They offer blessing, and they offer prophecy. The vision comes not as words, but as images burned directly into consciousness. Every orc in the chamber sees it simultaneously. They see themselves conquering worlds, not individually, but collectively. They see the war spreading across sectors, fleets darkening skies, green tides drowning civilizations. They see the Warboss growing larger, more powerful, ascending to mythic status. They see him facing enemies that would break lesser orcs, Space Marine chapters, Titan legions, perhaps even the Astartes heroes of legend. But they also see warnings. The vision shows the war fragmenting if the Warboss fails to maintain unity. It shows defeat if they grow complacent, if they forget that constant fighting is what makes orcs strong. It shows the Imperium gathering forces, preparing to crush them if they reveal their full strength too early. The gods grant blessing, yes, but also caution. Even gods fear wasted potential. Zogwart stops speaking as suddenly as he started. He collapses fully, unconscious, smoke rising from his body where psychic energy overloaded flesh. The pain boys carry him away for treatment. He will survive. Zogwart always survives, but he will remember nothing of what he said. Will retain only impressions of vast presences speaking through him. It is better that way. Some knowledge is too dangerous for mortal minds, even orc minds, to contain. The Warboss remained still, processing what he experienced. Divine revelation is not unknown in orc culture. Weird boys sometimes channel the god's will, though usually only in fragments, brief moments of contact. What just happened was more than fragment. It was direct communication, sustained and clear. The implications are profound. Gork and Mork themselves have noticed him, have blessed his WAAAGH, have provided prophecy about its future. His lieutenants react with mixture of awe and excitement. To be acknowledged by the gods represents the ultimate validation in orc culture. They argue about interpretation. Did the vision mean they should attack immediately, or should they consolidate first? Should they focus on one target or spread out? The debate grows heated. Clans defending different interpretations based on their cultural biases. The Warboss silences them with a raised hand. The gesture carries such psychic weight, backed by the gestalt field, and now apparently divine approval, that every orc in the chamber falls quiet instantly. He speaks slowly, choosing words with uncharacteristic care. The gods showed them greatness, yes, but also warning. They will achieve the greatest WAAAGH, but only if they remain united, stay focused, fight smart as well as hard. The vision is prophecy, but prophecy only comes true if they make it come true through their actions. This interpretation satisfies everyone. It combines ambition with caution, spiritual significance with practical planning. Most importantly, it positions the Warboss as prophet as well as war leader. He is not just the strongest orc anymore. He is Gork and Mork's chosen instrument, blessed by the gods, destined for greatness. The distinction elevates him beyond mere physical dominance into religious significance. Word of the divine revelation spreads through the WAAAGH like wildfire. Within hours, every orc in the system knows their Warboss received direct communication from the gods. Within days, the story has grown. Some versions claim the Warboss himself spoke to Gork and Mork directly. Within weeks, the legend has become foundational myth. The Prophet-Warlord who united the clans and received divine mandate to lead the greatest war. The Gestalt field responds to this belief by growing exponentially stronger. Every orc who hears the story and believes it adds their psychic weight to the collective field. The field, strengthened by divine association, begins manifesting effects that border on miraculous even by orc standards. Prayers to Gork and Mork before battle actually increase combat effectiveness measurably. Weird boys invoking the gods' names channel more power with less risk of exploding. Vehicles blessed by shamans perform better than identical unblessed vehicles. The religious transformation changes the WAAAGH's character. What began as simple military expansion becomes a crusade. The orcs are not just fighting for loot and glory anymore. They fight to fulfill divine prophecy, to prove themselves worthy of godly attention, to demonstrate that this WAAAGH deserves to be remembered across millennia. The motivation shift makes them more dangerous, more focused, more willing to accept short-term sacrifices for long-term victory. Rituals emerge spontaneously throughout the WAAAGH. Before major operations, orcs gather to beat drums and chant prayers to the twin gods. The rituals are crude by human religious standards, mostly just making noise and invoking divine names. But the gestalt field transforms them into something more. The collective prayer, backed by absolute faith and psychic power, creates reality warping effects. Warriors emerging from these ceremonies fight with enhanced strength. Their weapons hit harder. Their armor deflects more shots. Faith becomes weapon as literal as any gun. The snakebites particularly embrace the religious transformation. They've always been the most traditional clan, maintaining orc shamanic practices that other clans mostly abandoned. Now, with divine revelation validating spiritual approaches, they become the WAAAGH's religious authorities. Their shamans perform blessings and divinations. They interpret omens. They declare which targets Gork and Mork favor. Their influence grows beyond their clan size, religious authority transcending physical power. The bad moons, ever practical, commodify the religious awakening. They commission mechs to build religious icons, massive idols of Gork and Mork that can be mounted on vehicles or buildings. They charge teef for blessed equipment that shamans have prayed over. They establish what amounts to a religious goods industry, producing totems, charms, and devotional items that orcs purchase, believing they bring divine favor. Whether the items actually work is academic. Enough orcs believe they work that the gestalt field makes them work. The Warboss himself becomes the focus of a personality cult. Some orcs start referring to him as the Prophet, or Gork and Mork's voice. Stories circulate about miracles he has performed, making impossible shots, surviving wounds that should be fatal, predicting enemy movements through divine inspiration. Most stories are exaggerated or outright invented, but some are true. The Warboss does seem blessed by fortune beyond mere luck. Shots meant for him miss. Ambushes he should walk into get detected just in time. His tactical decisions, made on instinct rather than analysis, prove correct more often than probability allows. This fortune is not coincidence. The gestalt field, strengthened by religious belief, actively protects and enhances the Warboss. Every orc who believes he is divine chosen adds their faith to the field. The field, responding to that collective belief, warps reality to confirm the belief. It is a feedback loop that makes the Warboss genuinely more powerful, more fortunate, more capable. Prophecy becomes self-fulfilling when backed by psychic reality manipulation. The Imperium's intelligence services note the religious transformation with concern. Reports from captured prisoners and intercepted communications describe an orc horde that has developed religious fanaticism. This is unusual. Orcs are brutal, aggressive, dangerous, but typically not fanatical in religious sense. Fanaticism makes enemies more dangerous, more willing to die, more unpredictable. Recommendations go up chains of command, urging extreme measures before the war grows too large and too devoted to stop. The Warboss leverages his religious status for strategic advantage. When he needs orcs to perform difficult tasks, holding positions against superior forces, accepting high casualty missions, sacrificing immediate glory for strategic necessity, he frames them as divine will. Gork and Mork demand we hold this position. The gods require we strike here rather than somewhere easier. Religious obligation compels what simple authority might not achieve. Orcs will die for their Warboss. They will die more eagerly for their gods. Zogwart recovers from his channeling experience changed. The weird boy moves differently now, speaks with new authority. He claims to maintain faint connection to the divine, to sense Gork and Mork's approval or disapproval regarding major decisions. Whether this is genuine psychic connection or elaborate self-deception hardly matters. The Warboss treats his advice seriously, and other orcs see this treatment as validation. Zogwart becomes Prophet Priest, the Warboss's spiritual advisor, interpreter of omens and divine will. Together, the Warboss and Zogwart establish religious structure that underpins the WAAAGH's unity. Every major clan leader receives divine mandate confirming their position. This makes their authority religious as well as martial. Disputes that might fragment the horde get referred to divine judgment, usually determined through ritual combat but now with spiritual significance. Winners are blessed by the gods, losers disappointed divine expectations. The framework creates powerful incentives for cohesion. The religious transformation culminates in a massive ceremony held on the conquered planet's largest plain. Every orc in the system who can attend does so, perhaps 500,000, gathered in crude formations, waiting for their Prophet-Warboss to speak. The Warboss ascends a platform built from looted Imperial tanks, standing where every orc can see him, his massive form silhouetted against the sky. He speaks about destiny, about divine blessing, about the WAAAGH they will unleash upon the galaxy. His voice carries across the plain without amplification, the gestalt field ensuring every orc hears clearly despite impossible distances. He speaks about Gork and Mork's prophecy, about the greatness promised if they remain united and committed. He speaks about the enemies they will face and defeat, about the glories they will achieve, about the legend they will become. And as he speaks, the gestalt field manifests visibly. Green energy crackles through the air, the sky darkens despite clear weather, thunder rolls without storm, the ground trembles. Every orc present feels the god's presence, experiences divine attention focused on this moment, on this gathering, on this WAAAGH. Some fall to their knees in religious ecstasy. Others roar their devotion. The ceremony becomes mass religious experience, 500,000 orcs united in absolute faith. When it ends, the Warboss has transcended simple military leadership. He is Prophet-Warlord now, religious and martial authority combined, blessed by gods and proven through victories. The WAAAGH is not just an army anymore. It is a crusade, a holy war, a divine instrument destined to remake the galaxy in green fire. The religious transformation complete, the WAAAGH stands ready for its next phase. No longer scattered clans seeking individual glory, not merely a unified military force. Now a crusade blessed by gods, led by a prophet, destined for greatness that will echo across millennia. The green tide has found its purpose, and the Imperium, ignorant of this religious awakening, remains unprepared for what approaches. The target selection takes weeks. The Warboss gathers his inner circle, clan leaders, lead mechs, Zogwart, and a handful of blood axes who understand Imperial strategic thinking. Around star maps that span an entire wall of his command chamber, the maps show everything within 5 sectors. Imperial holdings, weak points, fleet positions, resource centers, void lanes. Information gathered through raids, interrogations, and the Blood Axe's increasingly sophisticated intelligence network. The obvious target is the sector capital, Varangia Prime, a hive world with billions of inhabitants, significant military presence, industrial capacity that supplies dozens of neighboring systems. Taking it would deliver a devastating blow to Imperial control, establish the WAAAGH's credentials beyond doubt, and provide enough loot to sustain expansion for years. It is the choice orcs would naturally make. The biggest, toughest target available. The Warboss rejects it. Too fortified, he explains, too many defenders. They would win eventually, yes, but the cost would weaken the WAAAGH significantly. The divine prophecy showed them conquering multiple worlds, spreading across sectors. They cannot afford a Pyrrhic victory that leaves them too damaged to continue expansion. They need a different approach. The Blood Axe contingent proposes an alternative. Strike not at the strongest position, but at the Imperium's logistical backbone. Target forge worlds, agri-worlds, fleet anchorages, destroy the supply chains that keep Imperial armies functioning, force them to respond to multiple simultaneous crises rather than concentrating forces against the WAAAGH. It is unorthodox strategy for orcs who prefer direct assault, but it is effective strategy, one that leverages the WAAAGH's growing size and mobility. The debate grows intense. Goth representatives argue for direct confrontation, insisting that striking weak targets is un-orky. Evil Sons support the Blood Axe plan, eager for the rapid movement it requires. Bad Moons calculate teef earning potential of different approaches. Snakebites remain skeptical of any plan that relies on complexity rather than straightforward violence. The discussion threatens to fragment into clan disputes before the Warboss imposes decision. They will do both. The main fleet will strike at secondary industrial targets, crippling Imperial supply lines, but they will also send a significant force to raid Varangia's outlying systems, threatening the capital without fully committing. This draws Imperial forces away from the real targets while providing the direct combat Goths crave. The strategy combines Blood Axe sophistication with traditional Orc directness, satisfying multiple factions while achieving strategic objective. The campaign begins with devastating surprise. The WAAAGH splits into 7 major elements, each led by a senior clan leader, each targeting different systems simultaneously. Coordination across such distances should be impossible for orcs. But the Gestalt field, strengthened by divine blessing, and 500,000 orcs all believing in the Prophet-Warboss's plan, enables communication and timing that approaches Imperial efficiency. The first target falls within days. Foundry World Sigma 117, a minor forge world producing ammunition and basic weapons for local PDF forces, finds itself under assault by 10,000 orcs, led by a Death Skull Warboss who specializes in industrial sabotage. The world's defenders, 3 PDF regiments, and a small Mechanicus garrison fight valiantly. They might have held against typical Orc raiders, but these Orcs employ tactics that defy expectations. Rather than massing for direct assault, the Death Skulls infiltrate in small groups, targeting specific facilities. They have studied the Forge World's layout, identified critical production choke points, planned their strikes with precision un-Orc-like in nature. When the main assault begins, it functions as distraction, while specialized teams disable power generators, demolish factory complexes, and sabotage vehicles in storage. The Forge World's defenders find themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously, never able to consolidate, always reacting rather than acting. The world falls, but rather than simple conquest, the Death Skulls implement something revolutionary. They do not destroy the forges entirely. They capture them, bring in enslaved human technicians to resume production under Orc oversight, begin manufacturing ammunition, not for Imperial forces, but for the WAAAGH. The captured Forge world becomes the first permanent Ork-controlled industrial base outside their home system. Similar scenes play out across 5 sectors. An agri-world's harvest gets seized days before scheduled tithe collection. The food stores feeding the WAAAGH while denying the Imperium supplies. A fleet anchorage falls to teleportation assault. Its docked ships captured or destroyed before they can launch. A fuel processing station orbiting a gas giant gets taken intact. Its massive Prometheum reserves filling Ork tanks and ships. The raids are surgical in execution, devastating in effect, and coordinate with timing that shocks Imperial military analysts. The diversionary assault on Waraagh's outer systems achieves its purpose perfectly. The sector capital's garrison, seeing multiple systems under attack, deploys significant forces to relieve the most threatened positions. 3 battle groups sortie from Waraaghia, headed to the systems under Ork assault. They find exactly what they expect. Large Ork forces attacking with typical greenskin lack of subtlety. Goth-led warbands smashing against fortifications, absorbing tremendous casualties but maintaining pressure through sheer numbers. What the Imperial battle groups do not realize is that these Ork forces were sent specifically to tie down Imperial Navy assets. The Goths fight with their usual ferocity, but they avoid decisive engagement. When Imperial forces concentrate, the Orks withdraw. When the Imperials pursue, they find themselves drawn into running battles that accomplish nothing except wasting time and fuel. Meanwhile, the real targets, the industrial infrastructure, fall to other elements of the WAAAGH, operating under WAAAGH's planning. By the time Imperial Command realizes the deception, 17 secondary worlds have fallen or been severely damaged. The sector's logistical network lies in shambles. Forge worlds that supplied weapons now produce for the war. Agri-worlds that fed billions now struggle under Ork occupation. Fleet anchorages that service the Navy now sit empty or destroyed. The economic damage exceeds anything a direct assault could have achieved. The Warboss watches reports flow in with deep satisfaction. The strategy worked. Not just worked, exceeded expectations. The WAAAGH now controls actual territory beyond their home system. They have an industrial base. They can sustain extended campaigns. They have proven capable of complex operations that rival Imperial military coordination. The divine prophecy is fulfilling itself through their actions, but success brings new challenges. The conquered worlds need garrison forces, which reduces available troops for further expansion. Human populations require management, not the brutal enslavement employed before, but something approaching actual governance. The WAAAGH must transition from raiding force to occupying power, a transformation that tests all capabilities in unfamiliar ways. The Warboss addresses these challenges by assigning different clans to different administrative roles. Death Skulls manage captured industrial facilities, their salvage expertise translating into efficient resource extraction. Snakebites oversee agricultural worlds, their understanding of natural systems helping maintain food production despite Ork occupation. Bad Moons establish trade networks between conquered worlds, moving resources where needed in exchange for teef percentages. Even Blood Axes find roles, serving as liaisons with human populations, understanding their concerns in ways other Orks cannot. The governance is crude by Imperial standards, brutal even. Human workers labor under threat of casual violence. Productivity expectations are unrealistic. Living conditions deteriorate, but it functions. Conquered worlds continue producing. Resources flow to the WAAAGH. The occupied territories become foundation for sustained expansion rather than temporary holdings to be abandoned when loot runs out. The religious transformation helps maintain control. Orcs governing occupied worlds do so with divine mandate. They are not simply occupiers, but instruments of Gork and Mork's will, destined to hold these territories until the WAAAGH needs them elsewhere. This religious framing gives even tedious garrison duty sacred significance. Orcs stationed on conquered worlds see themselves as blessed guardians, not second-class warriors missing the real fighting. The human populations under Ork rule experienced something unprecedented. They expected extermination or brutal slavery. They find instead, well, still slavery, but pragmatic slavery aimed at maintaining production rather than simple cruelty. The Orcs need their skills, need the infrastructure operating, need the resources flowing. This creates perverse incentive where humans who cooperate receive relative protection. Those who resist face immediate violence. The occupied populations fracture between collaborators and resistance, undermining potential unified opposition. Some humans, broken by the initial conquest or simply pragmatic about survival, fully embrace collaboration. They serve as intermediaries between Orc overseers and human workers. They help maintain production efficiency. They provide intelligence about resistance movements. These collaborators enable the occupation's stability, making Orc governance possible despite their natural unsuitability for administration. The willingness of some humans to serve their conquerors surprises even the Orcs, though they accept it pragmatically. The Imperial response escalates proportionally to the threat. The Sector Naval Command redirects entire battle fleets from other operations. The Astra Militarum begins marshalling forces for reconquest campaigns. The Adeptus Mechanicus demands immediate action to recover lost Forge worlds. Political pressure builds on the Lord Commander to crush the Orc threat before it metastasizes further. A major offensive is planned, resources allocated, forces gathered. But the Imperium's response suffers from the same logistical problems the war created. The destroyed supply chains mean Imperial forces cannot be sustained as easily. The captured Forge worlds no longer produce for Imperial armies. The seized agri-worlds cannot feed Imperial populations. The bureaucratic machinery that normally coordinates responses across sectors sputters and stalls, overwhelmed by simultaneous crises and missing infrastructure. The Warboss, informed of Imperial preparations by Blood Axe intelligence networks, makes a decision that defines his strategic evolution. They will not wait for the Imperial counteroffensive. They will strike first, hitting the gathering forces before they finish assembling, disrupting the concentration before it achieves critical mass. It is preventive warfare, a concept most Orcs barely understand, but the Prophet-Warlord grasps instinctively through his enhanced intelligence. The second wave of expansion launches before the first wave has even consolidated. Fresh forces from the home system, drawn by the WAAAGH's success, join the offensive. Newly captured vessels, stripped from Imperial shipyards and converted to Orc use, swell the fleet. The industrial production from conquered Forge worlds provides ammunition and equipment. The WAAAGH is no longer growing linearly. It is accelerating, each success enabling faster subsequent expansion. The Imperial staging worlds find themselves under assault before their defenders finish deploying. Orc fleets appear in systems designated as assembly areas, attacking troop ships still loading regiments, striking supply depots not yet fully stocked, destroying coordination infrastructure, before the offensive launches. The preemptive strikes are devastating in psychological as well as material terms. The Imperium planned to attack. Instead, it finds itself defending, reacting, struggling to respond to an enemy that operates inside their decision cycle. 3 more Forge Worlds fall. 2 fleet anchorages are destroyed. An entire Astra Militarum army group, 12 regiments, 60,000 men, is annihilated when orcs ambush their transport convoy in transit. The material losses are significant. The psychological impact is worse. The Imperium has always relied on strategic initiative, on choosing when and where to fight. Suddenly they face an enemy that has seized initiative, that strikes first, that anticipates Imperial plans and disrupts them before execution. The Warboss consolidates his position carefully, despite the offensive's success. He resists the urge to overextend, to push into heavily defended sectors just because the path seems open. He remembers the divine prophecy's warnings about fragmentation and defeat through complacency. The WAAAGH must grow, yes, but sustainably. They take worlds they can hold. They destroy what they cannot capture. They retreat when resistance stiffens beyond acceptable cost. The discipline is un-orc-like, but it is effective. Within 6 months of the great expansion's beginning, the WAAAGH controls or has destroyed 23 worlds across 5 sectors. The territory is not contiguous. Orc forces lack the numbers to hold everything between conquered systems, but they control key industrial and agricultural nodes, enough to sustain themselves while denying the Imperium those resources. The strategic position resembles an infection spreading through the Imperium's body, individual cells of corruption weakening the whole organism. The religious significance of the expansion is not lost on the faithful. The Prophet-Warlord promised greatness, and greatness is being delivered. Every victory confirms divine favor. Every successful operation validates the prophecy. The gestalt field grows stronger with each triumph, fed by absolute belief that this war is blessed, destined, unstoppable. Reality itself seems to favor orc operations, battles going better than planned, Imperial responses arriving just too late, critical supplies appearing exactly when needed. The Imperium begins referring to the threat as the Prophet's crusade in classified communications. The designation acknowledges both the religious character driving orc operations and the crusade-like expansion pattern. Counter-intelligence efforts focus on assassinating the Prophet-Warboss, recognizing that this WAAAGH's unprecedented coordination stems from centralized leadership. Multiple assassination attempts are planned and executed. All fail. The Prophet-Warboss survives ambushes, poisonings, targeted orbital strikes, even a Death Watch kill team insertion. Whether through skill, luck, or divine protection hardly matters. He survives. Each failed attempt strengthens his legend. He is blessed. He is prophesied. He cannot be killed by conventional means. The failures demoralize Imperial forces while energizing orc believers. The Great Expansion reaches its planned limits after 8 months. The WAAAGH holds 28 worlds, controls portions of 6 sectors, threatens an entire segmentum's stability. They have proven capable of sustained offensive operations, complex logistics, strategic planning, and territorial administration. They have evolved beyond typical orc threat into something approaching an actual nation-state, however crude. And at the center of everything stands the Prophet-Warboss, larger than life, blessed by gods, seemingly invincible. The next phase looms. The Imperium is gathering forces for real counteroffensive now, one that cannot be disrupted through preemptive strikes. Space Marine chapters are deploying. Titan legions are mobilizing. The Lord Commander has designated the Prophet's Crusade a sector-wide threat requiring maximum response. The greatest battles lie ahead. The war has grown strong. Soon they will discover if they have grown strong enough. The Imperial counter-offensive begins with void superiority operations. 6 battle groups converge on the Prophet's Crusade's primary holdings, intending to destroy the Ork fleet and isolate conquered worlds. The operation is designated Purging Light, a cleansing fire meant to burn away the greenskin infestation before it spreads further. The battle groups represent the largest concentration of Imperial naval power in the sector for 2 decades. 21 battleships, 47 cruisers, over 100 escorts, supported by Mechanicus Ark Mechanicus vessels and Space Marine strike cruisers. The Warboss watches their approach through crude sensors and blood axe intelligence reports. The Imperial fleet dwarfs his own forces in every measurable way. Better ships, superior weapons, trained crews, coordinated tactics. By every rational calculation, the coming battle should end in Ork defeat, which is why the Warboss has no intention of fighting a rational battle. The fleet concentrates near the conquered Forge world, Sigma 117, now the WAAAGH's primary industrial base. The Imperials likely expect the Orks to defend it, to fight over valuable territory. Instead, the Ork fleet scatters. Individual vessels and small squadrons break from the main concentration, fleeing in different directions at maximum speed. The maneuver looks like panic, like disintegration under pressure. The Imperial commander, Admiral Corvin, sees opportunity. His forces can pursue and destroy the fragmented Ork fleet piecemeal. The pursuit begins. Imperial battle groups split to chase different Ork elements, confident that their superior speed and coordination will allow them to run down the greenskins before they escape to the warp. The Orks flee deeper into the system, past asteroid fields and gas giant orbits, leading their pursuers away from the Forge world and into areas where long-range sensor coverage becomes unreliable. The trap springs when the Imperial forces are maximally dispersed. The fleeing Ork vessels reverse course simultaneously, converging on isolated Imperial elements from multiple vectors. What appeared to be panicked retreat reveals itself as coordinated ambush. More Ork ships emerge from hiding spots throughout the system. Asteroids hollowed out to conceal vessels, orbital debris fields, even submerge beneath the surfaces of moons. The hunters become hunted. But the true genius of the trap is not the reversal. It is what the Orks do next. Rather than engaging in traditional void combat, they execute boarding actions en masse. Hundreds of assault boats and improvised boarding craft launch from every Ork vessel, overwhelming point defense through sheer numbers. Teleportation assaults place thousands of Orks directly aboard Imperial ships. The battle transitions from void warfare, where Imperial advantages dominate, to close combat, where Ork superiority is absolute. The Imperial crews fight desperately. Naval armsmen establish defensive positions in corridors. Officers rally their men, but they face an enemy that does not respect void warfare conventions. Orks tear through bulkheads rather than using doors. They ignore decompression that would kill humans. They fight with savage joy against opponents trained primarily for ship operations rather than ground combat. Within hours, 8 Imperial cruisers are compromised, their crews slaughtered or fighting losing battles. in their own corridors. Admiral Corvin, aboard his flagship Emperor's Judgment, attempts to restore coordination. But communications are chaos. Ships report boarding actions faster than he can track. Others go silent entirely, their final transmissions cut off mid-sentence. The battle groups, spread across the system pursuing what they thought were prey, cannot concentrate quickly enough to support each other. Each engagement becomes isolated, individual ships or small squadrons facing overwhelming Ork numbers. The Warboss personally leads the assault on Emperor's Judgment. His teleportation arrival is accompanied by 200 of his best boys, materializing directly on the flagship's bridge. The ship's command staff has seconds to react. Officers draw sidearms. Armsmen open fire. The bridge's ceremonial guards charge with power weapons. It is futile. The Warboss moves through the defense like a natural disaster given physical form, his power claw crushing the ship's captain in his command throne, his presence radiating psychic pressure that makes mortal humans flinch. Admiral Corvin dies defending his ship, a bolt pistol in each hand, standing over tactical displays that show his fleet's disintegration. His last act is to trigger the flagship's scuttling charges, preferring to destroy his vessel than let it fall to the Xenos. The charges detonate. The flagship tears itself apart from within. The Warboss and his boys escape through teleportation, moments before the reactor breach. They leave behind a burning hulk that was, hours earlier, the fleet's command vessel. The battle devolves into running void combat interspersed with desperate boarding actions. Imperial ships that manage to repel Ork boarders find themselves targeted by ramming attacks. Vessels that escape ramming face concentrated fire from multiple Ork ships. Their coordination enabled by the gestalt field's psychic communication. The Imperial's superior training and technology cannot overcome sheer tactical disadvantage and numerical pressure. By the battle's end, after 30 hours of continuous fighting, the Imperial counter-offensive fleet has ceased to exist as coherent force. 11 battleships are destroyed or captured. 23 cruisers meet similar fates. The escorts either flee to the warp or die fighting. The survivors carry word of the disaster back to Imperial High Command, bringing news that the counter-offensive has failed before truly beginning. The Orks retain void superiority. The conquest continues, but victory comes at cost. The Warboss loses nearly a quarter of his fleet. Ships destroyed through Imperial fire, vessels too damaged to repair, craft sacrificed in ramming actions. More significantly, he loses 30,000 boys, the cream of his assault forces, killed in boarding actions or when compromised ships detonated. The teef cost is enormous. The replacement time is months, perhaps years. The Prophet's crusade has won, but it has paid the iron price of victory. The Warboss surveys the wreckage field from his flagship's bridge, contemplating the cost-benefit calculation. They destroyed an Imperial battle fleet, yes, prevented the counter-offensive, secured their holdings, demonstrated their power, but they are weaker now than before the battle. The next Imperial attack will face reduced Ork strength. The question becomes whether they can rebuild faster than the Imperium can gather new forces. It is a race of industrial capacity and reinforcement speed. The conquered Forge worlds become critical to answering that question. Grisguts and his mechs implement crash production programs, pushing captured facilities beyond their designed capacity. Human workers labor in shifts that would violate any reasonable safety regulation, producing weapons and equipment at rates that should be impossible. Mech boys improve Imperial machinery to work faster, sacrificing longevity for immediate output. The forges roar day and night, filling the void with smoke and industrial fury. The replacement boys come from spawning grounds spread across occupied worlds. Every battlefield where orcs died has spawned new growth. Fungal forests spread with unnatural speed across conquered territory. Within those forests, new orcs gestate and emerge, genetic memory intact, ready to fight. The spawning rate increases as more spores settle, and the gestalt field grows stronger. What would normally take years compresses into months. The WAAAGH regenerates itself through biological imperatives as unstoppable as the expansion itself. But the losses create social problems within the horde. Boys who survived the Great Void battle consider themselves elite, blooded against the Imperium's best, and victorious. They form an upper tier within the hierarchy, demanding respect from newer spawned orcs who lack comparable combat experience. Tensions rise between veterans and fresh spawns, occasionally erupting into violence that weakens overall cohesion. The Warboss must actively manage these divisions, using teef economy adjustments and religious authority to maintain unity. The clan leaders propose different approaches to the replacement problem. The Goths want to immediately resume offensive operations, arguing that orcs grow strongest through constant fighting. The Blood Axes suggest a consolidation period, securing current holdings before expanding further. The Bad Moons focus on economic recovery, ensuring teef flows remain stable. The debates grow heated, each clan advocating positions that serve their cultural values while claiming to serve the WAAAGH's interests. The Warboss makes a characteristically hybrid decision. They will consolidate military forces, yes, but continue economic and religious expansion. Raids will resume against lightly defended targets, providing the combat veterans need, while avoiding major battles the war cannot currently afford. The occupied territories will be further integrated, their production increased, their populations more thoroughly controlled, and propaganda about the Great Void victory will be emphasized, reinforcing the religious narrative of inevitable triumph. The propaganda campaign is surprisingly sophisticated. Storytellers, orcs with natural talent for tale-telling, spread throughout the war, recounting the battle. They emphasize the Prophet-Warboss's divine protection, his personal victory over the Imperial Admiral, the fulfillment of prophecy through triumph over impossible odds. They downplay the losses, framing casualties as glorious deaths, in service of Gork and Mork. The narrative shapes perception, turning a costly victory into evidence of divine favor and destined greatness. The Gestalt field responds to this narrative by making it retrospectively more true. Orcs who remember the battle start remembering it as less costly, more glorious than objective facts suggest. The Prophet-Warboss's role becomes more central in memory than it was in reality. The divine protection becomes more obvious in hindsight. Reality itself warps to match collective belief, the past becoming malleable under psychic pressure. This is the Gestalt field's most insidious power, not just warping present reality, but retroactively altering memory to reinforce orc expectations. The human populations under orc occupation experience the aftermath of the Void battle with mixed emotions. Some hoped the Imperial counter-offensive would liberate them, prayed for deliverance that never came. Learning of the Imperial defeat crushes that hope, leaving despair in its wake. Others, having accommodated themselves to orc rule, feel perverse relief that the occupation continues. They have established positions, found ways to survive. Liberation would bring judgment for collaboration. Continued Ork rule allows them to persist in moral compromise. The Mechanicus tech priests forced to operate captured forges face particularly acute crisis. Their faith teaches that machines are sacred, that proper rituals and procedures must be followed. But Ork overseers demand impossible production rates, insist on modifications that violate machine spirits, punish failures with immediate violence. The tech priests must choose between religious obligations and survival. Most choose survival, justifying their cooperation as necessary evil that preserves sacred knowledge for eventual liberation. The self-deception becomes easier with each compromise. The occupier-occupied relationship evolves in disturbing directions. Some orcs develop what might charitably be called working relationships with their human subordinates, not friendships. The concept barely exists between species so fundamentally different, but mutual understanding born from necessity. Mechs, who need specific components, explain their requirements to tech priests who know where those components are. Pain boys, who treat injured orcs, allow human medics to practice their trade on human patients. The interactions are transactional, pragmatic, devoid of empathy, but they function, creating stability through mutual exploitation. The Warboss observes these developments with interest. He lacks vocabulary to articulate it, but he intuitively understands that the WAAAGH is evolving beyond simple conquest. They are becoming an empire, however crude. Conquered populations are being integrated rather than exterminated. Infrastructure is being maintained rather than destroyed. The transformation is neither planned nor ideological. It is purely pragmatic, driven by the recognition that sustained expansion requires bases of supply and production. But the practical effect is the same. The Prophet's crusade is building something that can persist rather than just consuming and moving on. The consolidation period stretches across 3 months. During that time, no major offenses launch, but the WAAAGH grows stronger daily. Forge worlds increase production. Spawning grounds yield new boys. The fleet repairs damage and integrates captured vessels. The teef economy stabilizes and expands. And most importantly, the religious fervor intensifies. The void victory becomes foundational myth, retold endlessly, each telling adding details that make the Prophet-Warlord more impressive, the triumph more decisive, the divine favor more obvious. The Imperium uses this time to gather forces, but their efforts are hampered by the very logistics problems the war created. Moving armies across sectors requires supply chains that the orcs destroyed. Equipping regiments requires Forge World production that now serves the enemy. Feeding troops requires agri-world output that is disrupted or conquered. The Imperial war machine, vast and powerful, struggles to bring its weight to bear against an enemy that seized critical infrastructure before major fighting began. Space Marine chapters respond to the threat independently of Imperial coordination problems. The Ultramarines dispatch a company. The Imperial Fist sends strike forces. The Salamanders commit a battle company. Other chapters contribute smaller elements. Unlike the Astra Militarum, the Space Marines maintain their own logistics, their own fleets, their own production facilities. They can deploy despite sector-wide supply disruptions, but even the Adeptus Astartes face challenges. They have too few warriors to garrison worlds or defend entire sectors. They are surgical instruments, not occupation forces. Their arrival will change individual battles, but cannot solve the strategic problem the WAAAGH represents. The Blood Angels arrive first, their rapid strike vessels translating into the Sigma 117 system with aggressive precision. A full company, 100 Space Marines, supported by armor and aircraft, deploys to reclaim the Forge world. They expect to face typical Ork occupation. Disorganized, wasteful, strategically inept. They find instead an enemy that has prepared defensive positions, laid traps, coordinated their defense using actual tactical planning. The battle for Sigma 117 lasts 3 weeks. The Blood Angels fight with superhuman skill and courage. Every Space Marine worth 100 Orks in direct combat. But the Orks have learned from previous encounters with Astartes. They avoid direct confrontation where possible. They use artillery and long-range weapons to inflict casualties before melee engagement. They target supply lines and reinforcement routes. They employ tactics that maximize Ork advantages in numbers and regeneration while minimizing Space Marine advantages in individual combat prowess. The Forge World's industrial districts become a maze of ambushes and counter-ambushes. Blood Angels clear buildings room by room, only to find them reoccupied within hours as fresh Ork reinforcements infiltrate through tunnel systems. Armor advances face improvised explosives and weird boy teleportation strikes. Air support encounters concentrated anti-aircraft fire that seems improbably accurate given Ork technological limitations. The Blood Angels bleed, slowly but steadily, without achieving decisive breakthrough. The Warboss sends reinforcements, not enough to overwhelm the Space Marines. He lacks forces to waste on direct confrontation, but enough to maintain the stalemate, to ensure the Blood Angels remain tied down, spending their strength on a battle they cannot win quickly. The Forge world becomes a meat grinder that consumes resources from both sides, but the Orks can afford attrition better than the Astartes can. After 3 weeks, the Blood Angels withdraw. They have inflicted tremendous casualties, perhaps 20,000 Orks killed, but they have suffered losses too. 15 battle brothers dead, 30 wounded, their vehicles damaged, their ammunition depleted. Most significantly, they have failed to reclaim the Forge world. The Orks retain control. The withdrawal is not defeat exactly, but it is not victory either. And for Space Marines accustomed to decisive triumph, anything less than victory tastes like failure. News of the Blood Angels' withdrawal spreads through both Imperial and Ork forces. The psychological impact is profound. Space Marines are supposed to be unstoppable, the Emperor's angels of death, capable of achieving what mortal forces cannot. Seeing them fight to stalemate and withdraw validates Ork belief in their own power. The Prophet-Warlord led the defense. Therefore, the Prophet-Warlord is mighty enough to turn back even Adeptus Astartes. The Gestalt field swells with renewed confidence, making subsequent operations genuinely more likely to succeed through psychic reinforcement. The Warboss extracts maximum propaganda value from the Space Marine withdrawal. He frames it as the Astartes fleeing before Gork and Mork's chosen champion. He claims personal combat victories over multiple Space Marines, claims that are exaggerated but not entirely fabricated. He uses the battle to demonstrate that even the Imperium's finest cannot stop the prophesied war. The religious narrative grows stronger, more all-encompassing, harder to distinguish from objective reality. The consolidation period ends with the WAAAGH in stronger position than before the Void battle. Material losses have been replaced. Morale is high. Religious fervor approaches fanatical levels. The occupied territories are functioning productively, and the Imperium's attempts at reconquest have failed twice. First the battle fleet, then the Space Marines. The iron price has been paid. The territory has been held. The Prophet's crusade stands ready to resume expansion. But the war boss recognizes something his followers do not. The easy victories are over. They have conquered the low-hanging fruit, the lightly defended targets, the worlds where Imperial presence was minimal. Further expansion will face stiffer resistance. The Imperium is mobilizing seriously now, committing resources proportional to the threat. The battles ahead will be harder, costlier, deadlier. Victory is not guaranteed by prophecy. It must be won through blood and cunning in equal measure. He gathers his inner circle in the command chamber. The clan leaders, Zogwart, Grisguts, his most trusted lieutenants. He speaks to them with unusual seriousness about what comes next. The WAAAGH will expand again, yes, but carefully. They will choose targets that maximize gain while minimizing cost. They will avoid Imperial strength, striking where defenses are weakest. They will use every advantage: surprise, speed, the gestalt field, divine blessing, tactical sophistication. They must fight smart now, not just hard. The assembled orcs listen with varying degrees of comprehension. Some understand the strategic shift, recognizing necessity. Others chafe at the caution, wanting to charge forward regardless of cost. But all defer to the war boss's authority, religious and martial. He has proven himself through victories. He speaks with divine mandate. If he says they must fight differently, then they will fight differently, even if it goes against every orc instinct. The next target is selected with unprecedented care. A lightly defended hive world on the edge of Imperial territory, valuable for its population but not critical to sector defense. The conquest will add billions of humans to the occupied territories, vastly expanding the labor force available for industrial production. But the world's defenses are minimal. 3 PDF regiments, no Imperial Guard presence, no Space Marine garrison. It is a target that offers maximum strategic value for minimum military cost. The WAAAGH moves toward its next conquest with methodical preparation that would shock any observer familiar with typical orc behavior. They are not just a horde anymore. They are an organized military force, backed by industry, guided by strategy, blessed by gods, and led by a war boss who has transcended simple might to become something approaching an actual strategic genius. The green tide rises again, and this time it rises with discipline. The hive world designated Tertius Majoris orbits a dying red giant in a system whose mining colonies long ago exhausted their mineral wealth. The world's value lies entirely in its population. 18 billion humans crammed into 6 massive hive cities, their labor producing textiles, processed foods, and minor manufactured goods for neighboring systems. It is not strategic. It is not wealthy. It is simply populous, which makes it perfect for the WAAAGH's needs. The invasion fleet arrives without subtlety. Orcs do not do stealth on this scale, but they arrive with timing that demonstrates learning from past operations. The assault begins during a shift change in the hive cities, when billions of workers move between residential and industrial levels, when infrastructure is strained to capacity, when defensive coordination is maximally difficult. The timing is not coincidental. WAAAGH's intelligence gathering provided this information. The war boss used it. The initial bombardment is surgical by orc standards. Rather than indiscriminate destruction, they target specific infrastructure. void shield generators, communication arrays, spaceport defenses, PDF command centers. The strikes are coordinated to occur simultaneously across all 6 hive cities, decapitating defensive command at the invasion's opening moment. Within minutes, Tertius Majoris finds itself deaf, blind, and leaderless, its defenders isolated in their individual garrisons without coordination or central direction. The drop begins before the PDF can react. Hundreds of crude landing craft descend through atmosphere made turbulent by burning defense installations. They crash into hive cities with Ork disregard for gentle approaches, their armored hulls punching through rockcrete and ferrocrete to deliver troops directly into urban centers. The invasion is not a perimeter assault, fighting inward from landing zones. It is a decapitation strike, bringing the war immediately to the hive city's cores. The PDF regiments fight bravely, despite impossible circumstances. Cut off from command, lacking coordination, they establish defensive positions based on local initiative and officer judgment. They fortify choke points. They set up killing zones in wide corridors. They organize civilians into labor brigades to erect barricades against typical Ork assault, overwhelming numbers attacking in disorganized waves. These preparations might have been sufficient, but the WAAAGH has evolved beyond typical. The Orks employ combined arms tactics that should be beyond their capabilities. Infantry advances behind armored vehicle screens. Artillery pounds defensive positions from safe distance. Weird boys teleport strike teams into rear areas, attacking from unexpected directions. The assault is not sophisticated by Imperial Guard standards. The coordination is loose. Communication is crude. Individual units often pursue their own objectives. But it is recognizable as actual tactics rather than simple horde assault. The PDF defenders find themselves outmaneuvered by an enemy that should not possess the intelligence for maneuver warfare. Hive City Primus falls within 3 days. The assault concentrates overwhelming force on this single city, demonstrating the WAAAGH's ability to focus resources for strategic purpose. The fighting is brutal. Room-to-room combat through industrial districts, running battles in residential levels, last stands in administrative complexes. The PDF dies to the last man in some positions, selling their lives for meters of ground. But meters mean nothing when the enemy can teleport past strong points, can summon reinforcements faster than defenders can be replaced, can sustain casualties that would break any human army. The Hive's lower levels, home to billions of workers, experience the conquest with terror and confusion. They hear fighting above and around them. They see Orks appear in places thought secure. They receive no orders from authority, no evacuation plans, no guidance on what to do. Most simply huddle in their residential blocks, hoping the violence will pass them by. Some flee toward the Hive's lower reaches, descending into underhive regions where even Orks might not follow. A brave few attempt resistance, attacking Orks with improvised weapons, dying in futile gestures that buy no meaningful time. The Warboss establishes his command post in what was Hive Primus's governor's palace. The structure, ornate with centuries of accumulated decoration, becomes an Ork stronghold in hours. The transformation is jarring. Imperial aesthetics overlaid with crude Ork modifications, gilded halls filled with green-skinned warriors, delicate artwork used as target practice. The desecration is not deliberate cruelty. It is simple Ork indifference to human cultural value. From this command post, the Warboss directs operations across all 6 Hive cities. He uses looted communication equipment, repaired by mechs and operated by enslaved tech priests to maintain coordination. He reviews tactical displays showing PDF positions, Ork advance rates, casualty estimates. He makes decisions that balance immediate military necessity against long-term occupation requirements. The contrast between his crude appearance and sophisticated command approach would shock any Imperial observer. Orks are not supposed to be capable of this level of operational planning. Hive City Secundus falls next, then Tertius. The pattern repeats. Concentrated assault, combined arms tactics, exploitation of defensive weaknesses identified through reconnaissance. The PDF fights harder with each successive conquest, learning from previous defeats, adapting their tactics to counter Ork methods. But adaptation without resources or reinforcements only delays inevitable defeat. By the second week, 3 hive cities have fallen. The remaining 3 prepare for siege they cannot hope to survive. The civilian population begins reacting in ways beyond simple fear. Some embrace collaboration immediately, seeking Ork protection through service. They offer information about PDF positions, about hidden supply caches, about underground resistance organization. Their motivations vary. Survival instinct, opportunism, genuine belief that resistance is futile, and accommodation necessary. The collaborators form the foundation of a puppet administration, humans governing humans under Ork supervision. Others resist with desperate courage. They form resistance cells in underhive regions, attacking isolated Ork patrols, sabotaging supply lines, assassinating collaborators. Their efforts are poorly coordinated, lacking central leadership or significant resources, but they are persistent. They embody humanity's refusal to submit quietly, even in face of overwhelming force. The Warboss respects the resistance in a way. They fight, which is what warriors should do. But respect does not mean mercy. Captured resistors face public execution, their deaths serving as warning to others contemplating opposition. The remaining PDF garrisons in the unconquered hives attempt a coordinated breakout, hoping to link their forces and establish consolidated defensive position. The operation is bold, born from desperation, executed with professional competence. 3 regiments, perhaps 20,000 soldiers, fighting their way through Ork-controlled territory to reach each other. Under normal circumstances, against disorganized enemy, it might have succeeded. The Orks were waiting. WAAAGH's intelligence had intercepted PDF communications, decoded their plans, relayed the information to the Warboss. He positioned forces along the most likely breakout routes, established kill zones where PDF regiments would be most vulnerable, coordinated ambushes with timing that suggests he understood PDF thinking better than they understood his. The breakout becomes a slaughter. PDF regiments march into pre-planned ambushes, find themselves surrounded and cut off, die in isolated pockets without achieving their objectives. Of 20,000 soldiers who began the operation, fewer than 3,000 survived to reach other PDF positions. The rest die, or surrender, or flee into the underhive to join resistance cells. The destruction of the breakout attempt breaks the remaining defenders' morale. They fought courageously. They adapted tactically. They attempted sophisticated maneuver. Nothing worked. The Orks anticipated their plans, countered their tactics, killed them efficiently despite the defenders' training and equipment advantages. Facing an enemy that thinks, plans, and learns is fundamentally different from facing a mindless horde. The psychological impact of this realization exceeds the material defeat's significance. Hive cities, Quartus, Quintus, and Sextus, surrender within days of the breakout's failure. The terms are simple. The PDF disbands, the civilian administration submits to Ork authority, and the population continues productive labor under new management. In exchange, the Orks promise not to massacre the population. It is not a generous offer, but it is better than extinction. The remaining PDF garrisons, leaderless and hopeless, accept. Tertius Majoris falls completely. 18 billion humans pass under Ork control. The administrative challenge of occupying a world with 18 billion inhabitants would overwhelm most military forces. The WAAAGH handles it through pragmatic brutality. The existing administrative structure remains mostly intact, but now reports to Ork overseers instead of imperial governors. The hive cities continue functioning essentially as before, workers laboring in the same factories, living in the same residential blocks, following the same daily routines. The primary difference is who receives the production and who enforces order. The Orks establish garrison forces in each hive city, but they are remarkably small, perhaps 10,000 boys per city. These garrisons do not maintain order through presence. They maintain it through demonstrated willingness to use overwhelming violence against any resistance. A single act of sabotage results in the execution of everyone in the responsible sector. Thousands killed to punish one act of defiance. The brutality is not sadism. It is calculated terror, creating incentives where cooperation offers survival and resistance guarantees death. The human administrators who choose collaboration find themselves managing their own people under impossible conditions. They must balance Ork demands for increased production against the physical limitations of their infrastructure and workforce. They must identify and suppress resistance elements to prevent retribution against innocent populations. They must justify their collaboration to themselves and their subordinates, creating narratives where serving the occupiers is pragmatic necessity rather than moral failure. The psychological burden is immense. Some break under it, requiring replacement. Most persist, trapped by their initial choices. The industrial output from Tertius Majoris transforms the WAAAGH's logistical situation. The hive world's 18 billion inhabitants produce textiles that can be converted to uniforms and equipment. Their food processing facilities feed the expanding Ork population and enslaved human workers. Their manufactories, while not sophisticated enough for weapons production, can produce basic supplies that free up Forge World capacity for military goods. The conquest provides breadth to the WAAAGH's industrial base, diversifying production and reducing dependence on any single facility. More significantly, the conquest proves the WAAAGH can occupy and administer a major population center without simply destroying it. The achievement is propaganda victory as much as military one. Other human worlds, watching Tertius Majoris' fate, recognize that surrender might be a survivable option. The psychological impact weakens resistance across the region. Some worlds begin contemplating accommodation, weighing the costs of defiance against the possibilities of survival through submission. The Prophet's crusade is becoming more than military threat. It is becoming political crisis, challenging imperial authority through the mere fact of its existence. The religious narrative incorporates the heights of conquest seamlessly. The Prophet-Warboss led his people to victory over billions of humans. Gork and Morg's blessing enabled the triumph. The divine prophecy continues fulfilling itself through each conquest. The gestalt field grows stronger, fed by success and absolute belief. Reality warps further around the WAAAGH, making future victories more likely through psychic reinforcement of Ork expectations. But the Warboss recognizes the conquest's limitations. Tertius Majoris was lightly defended, strategically unimportant, conquered through surprise and tactical sophistication. Future targets will be harder. The Imperium is learning. Space Marine chapters are deploying in greater numbers. Imperial Guard armies are marshalling despite logistical difficulties. The Adeptus Mechanicus demands action to recover lost Forge worlds. Political pressure is building for a response that matches the threat scale. The window for expansion is closing. Soon the Imperium will gather sufficient forces that the WAAAGH, for all its power, will face genuinely existential threat. The Prophet-Warlord must maximize gains before that hammer falls. He must choose the next target carefully, must strike where victory brings maximum strategic advantage, must demonstrate the WAAAGH's power so completely that the Imperium's response will be forced into reactive posture. He studies star maps with unusual intensity, searching for the target that will define the campaign's next phase. Somewhere out there exists a world whose conquest will prove the Prophet's crusade cannot be stopped, that will force the Imperium to commit resources beyond anything yet deployed, that will set the stage for the final confrontation between the Green Tide and humanity's defensive forces. The decision will shape the WAAAGH's destiny. The pressure of that choice weighs heavily, even on shoulders broad enough to bear a power claw the size of a human. WAAAGH enters the command chamber unbidden, his presence announced by the psychic pressure that precedes all weird boys. The Prophet-Warlord looks up from his maps, recognizing the signs. The weird boy's eyes blaze with green fire, his skin cracks, leaking energy. He speaks with a voice that carries harmonics beyond normal range. Another vision comes, another message from Gork and Mork. The gods have opinions about the next target. The vision WAAAGH channels is not gentle. The weird boy's body contorts, bones shifting under skin that tears and heals simultaneously. Green lightning arcs from his eyes, grounding itself in the command chamber's metal floor. And through his tortured form, the twin gods speak with voices that resonate through every Ork within psychic range. They show fire, industry, machines beyond counting, and they show conquest, glorious and complete. The target becomes clear. Forge World Metallus Prime, the sector's second largest Mechanicus holding, producing everything from las weapons to void ship components. Its conquest would cripple Imperial military production across multiple sectors. But more importantly, it would send unmistakable message. The Prophet's crusade can take even the Imperium's most fortified industrial worlds. The psychological impact would exceed the material gains, vast as those are. The plan takes shape over weeks of preparation unusual in Ork warfare. The Warboss does not simply order an assault. He studies the Forge world's defenses using looted intelligence and blood axe reconnaissance. He considers approaches, angles of attack, weak points in orbital defenses. He consults his mechs about the Forge world's technological capabilities, his pain boys about casualties his forces can sustain, his clan leaders about how to divide responsibilities. The planning process is methodical enough to shock any Imperial observer familiar with typical Ork tactical thinking. Metallus Prime's defenses are formidable. 6 orbital weapons platforms ring the world. 2 Titan legions garrison its primary forges. The Skitarii cohorts number in the hundreds of thousands. Night houses maintain fortress monasteries on the major continents. The void defenses can engage threats at extreme range, and the Forge World's tech priests have had weeks to prepare, knowing the WAAAGH targets them, fortifying positions and stockpiling ammunition. This will not be another lightly defended conquest. This will be total war. The assault begins with the warp, weird boys, and a dozen of them working in concert, tear a massive rift in reality directly above Metallus Prime's northern pole. The rift vomits forth the WAAAGH's fleet. 40 capital ships, hundreds of escorts, thousands of attack craft. They emerge not at the system's edge but in close orbit, bypassing weeks of conventional approach through maneuver that should be impossible. The gestalt field makes it possible, reality accommodating Ork expectations when enough weird boys channel enough power. 3 weird boys explode in the process, their bodies unable to contain the psychic pressure. The survivors collapse, unconscious, their work complete. The orbital defenses react immediately. Lance batteries that can crack battle cruiser armor open fire. Macro cannon shells the size of buildings arc toward the Ork fleet. Fighter squadrons launch from platform hangars. The void fills with fire and fury as the Mechanicus unleashes decades of defensive preparation. Ork ships burn. Dozens die in the opening salvos, their crude construction unable to withstand the concentrated fire from weapons platforms designed specifically to defend Forge Worlds from invasion. But the Orks expected losses, planned for them, while the weapons platforms focus on the obvious fleet threat. Ork assault craft, small and fast, slip past the defensive fire. They carry not boys for ground assault, but mechs equipped with specialized tools. The assault craft attach themselves to the weapons platforms like parasites, and the mechs begin cutting through armor, seeking the station's vulnerable points. It is a race. Can the mechs disable the platforms before the platforms destroy the fleet? The answer is yes, barely. The mechs work with frantic speed, cutting through conduits, sabotaging power systems, jamming weapon tracking mechanisms. The platform's fire becomes erratic, less coordinated, as systems fail under sabotage. 2 platforms go completely dark, their reactors scrammed by mech interference. Another begins spinning out of control, its maneuvering thrusters damaged. Within an hour, the orbital defenses have been reduced from overwhelming to manageable. The Ork fleet survives with heavy losses, but survives. The invasion can proceed. The ground assault begins with drop pods, hundreds of them, slamming into Metallus Prime's surface at terminal velocity. The pods are crude, ugly things, barely more than armored shells with rockets attached, but they deliver their cargo. Thousands of Orks emerging into battle, already screaming war cries. They land near major forge complexes, bringing the fight directly to the industrial heart rather than establishing beachheads and advancing slowly. The Skitarii respond with mechanical efficiency. They are not human soldiers. They are cyborg warriors, more machine than flesh. Their bodies optimized for combat through augmentation that makes them resilient to pain, fear, and doubt. They fight with coordinated precision, establishing fire lanes and concentrating on isolated Ork elements. Their weapons are quality Imperial technology, maintained to exacting standards, fired with accuracy enhanced by targeting systems built into their bodies. The Skitarii kill Orks by the hundreds in the invasion's opening hours, but the WAAAGH keeps coming. More drop pods, more landing craft, more Orks teleported directly into combat by weird boys, burning themselves out in single-use manifestations of the Gestalt field's power. The numerical advantage shifts as Ork reinforcements overwhelm Skitarii defensive positions through sheer mass. The cyborg warriors fight to the last, their programming preventing retreat, but they are finite. The Orks are, for practical purposes, infinite. The Titans deploy when the Skitarii perimeter begins collapsing. These god machines stand as tall as hab blocks, their armor able to withstand battleship weapons, their own guns capable of leveling cities. The Warlord-class Titans of Legio Metallica stride through forge complexes like avenging deities, their void shields flickering as they deflect incoming fire, their plasma annihilators vaporizing Orks by the dozen. 2 Titans can stop an Ork assault that would overwhelm a guard regiment. Metallus Prime has 27 Titans operational. The Warboss watches the Titans deploy with professional interest. He anticipated this, counted on it even. Titans are devastatingly powerful, yes, but they are also predictable, moving along specific roads dictated by their size, limited to ground their massive weight can support, and the WAAAGH has experience fighting super heavy war machines. The tactics are established, the countermeasures are prepared. The Gargants emerge from the remaining Ork fleet, descending on gravity-defying fields that should not function, but do, because enough mechs believe they will. Ork Gargants are the greenskin equivalent of Titans, massive war machines bristling with weapons, covered in crude armor driven by barely controlled power sources. They are inferior to Imperator-class god machines in almost every measurable way. But the WAAAGH has brought 32 of them, outnumbering the Titan legions, and coordinated massed firepower can overcome individual superiority. The god-machine clash begins in the Forge District 7, where Ork Gargants face Legio Metallica's vanguard elements. The battle is apocalyptic in scale and violence. Volcano cannons fire across kilometers, their energy beams carving molten furrows through rockcrete. Gigablasters return fire, crude Ork weapons that work through psychic enhancement as much as engineering. Void shields collapse under sustained fire, armor melts, plasma reactors breach, turning god machines into brief suns that scorch everything nearby. The fight is more evenly matched than it should be. The Titans are superior machines, their crews trained to Mechanicus perfection. But the Gargants are blessed by Gork and Mork, protected by the Gestalt field, driven by Orks who feel no fear and accept death as inevitable. The numerical advantage matters. For every Gargant that falls, it draws fire that might otherwise destroy Ork infantry. For every Titan destroyed, and several are destroyed, torn apart by concentrated Gargant fire. The Mechanicus loses irreplaceable military assets that take decades to replace. The Knights enter the battle next, smaller than Titans, but more numerous and mobile. These walker machines stand 3 times a man's height, piloted by noble houses sworn to the Mechanicus, armed with weapons ranging from rapid-fire Gatling cannons to powerful thermal lances. They move with grace their larger cousins lack, dancing between Ork mobs, striking vulnerable targets, withdrawing before concentrated fire can destroy them. The Knights prove devastatingly effective against standard Ork infantry, each one capable of destroying dozens of boys before needing to withdraw for ammunition replenishment. The Warboss commits his death dreads against the Knights. These are Orks who suffered injuries so severe they can no longer fight on foot. Their bodies integrated into walking sarcophagi bristling with weapons. They are insane even by Ork standards, their pain and frustration channeled into pure aggression. Hundreds of death dreads charge the Knight formations, accepting terrible casualties to close to melee range where their power claws can tear through Knight armor. The battle becomes brutal close-quarters combat. Knights and death dreads locked in individual duels while infantry swirls around them. The forge complexes themselves become battlegrounds of particular intensity. These massive structures contain the sacred machinery of the Omnissiah, production facilities capable of crafting everything from simple las weapons to complex cogitator systems. The tech priests defend them with religious fervor, viewing each machine as holy, each production line as blessed. They fight not just for strategic value, but for theological necessity. Letting the orcs desecrate sacred machinery is spiritual failure worse than physical defeat. But the orcs care nothing for Mechanicus theology. They see the forge complexes as valuable industrial infrastructure to be captured intact if possible, destroyed if necessary. The mechs are particularly eager to examine Mechanicus technology, to understand its secrets, to incorporate its advantages into orc designs. The assault on the forges is brutal but not mindlessly destructive. Orcs attempt to minimize damage to critical systems even as they slaughter the defenders. It is pragmatism that looks like restraint, resource preservation disguised as mercy. The siege stretches across 3 weeks. Every day brings fresh fighting across multiple fronts. Skitarii cohorts mount counterattacks to reclaim lost positions. Titan duels occur in forge districts, god machines trading fire that levels entire blocks. Knights hunt orc war machines through industrial mazes, and everywhere, always, the endless tide of orc infantry pushing forward, absorbing casualties, grinding down the defenders through attrition the Mechanicus cannot hope to match. The Warboss directs operations from orbit for the first 2 weeks, coordinating assaults, shifting resources to where they are needed most, making decisions that balance immediate tactical necessity against strategic objectives. But as the battle reaches its critical phase, as the Mechanicus defenders consolidate around the primary forge complex for final stand, he makes decision that defines the campaign's endgame. He will lead the final assault personally. The drop pod carrying the Warboss and his elite guard falls like a meteor through atmosphere still choked with combat smoke. It strikes directly in front of the main forge complex's gates, punching through ferrocrete to embed itself deep. The doors blow open. The Warboss emerges, his massive form silhouetted against fire and smoke, his power claw crackling with energy, his presence radiating psychic weight that makes even Skitarii hesitate. Around him, his chosen boys deploy, the largest and most dangerous orcs in the WAAAGH, veterans of 100 battles, blessed by the gods and proven in blood. The defense breaks. Not physically. The Skitarii continue fighting with mechanical determination, but psychologically, the Prophet-Warboss's presence on the battlefield shifts something fundamental. This is not another faceless commander directing from safety. This is a leader who fights alongside his boys, who shares the risks, who demonstrates through action that the prophecy is real and the gods favor this war. The gestalt field swells with his presence, reality warping around him, making his armor tougher, his weapon deadlier, his survival more likely. He becomes the focal point around which the entire battle turns. The final assault is apocalyptic. The Warboss leads from the front, smashing through blast doors that should resist tank weapons. His boys follow, pouring into the forge complex, overrunning final defensive positions. The tech priests die at their posts, standing over machines they served for centuries. The Skitarii fight to the last, their programming permitting no surrender. Even when the battle is clearly lost, when the orcs control everything that matters, the defenders continue resisting because that is what their modification commands. The forge complex falls. With it falls Metallus Prime. The Warboss stands in what was the Fabricator General's sanctum, surrounded by cogitator banks and machinery whose purposes he barely understands, but he understands victory. He understands what this conquest means. The sector's second largest forge world belongs to the WAAAGH now. Its production, its knowledge, its resources, all serve Ork purposes. And the message sent to the Imperium is unmistakable. Nothing is safe. Nothing is beyond reach. The Prophet's crusade can take even the most fortified positions. The cost has been terrible. Perhaps 80,000 Orks died in the 3-week siege. Dozens of ships were destroyed. 8 Gargants fell to Titan fire. The teef cost is almost incalculable. But Metallus Prime is worth it, not just for its industrial capacity, though that is immense. Not just for the strategic blow, though that is devastating, but for what it represents. The war has proven it can defeat the Imperium's best defenses, can overcome technological superiority through numbers and will and divine blessing combined. The Imperial response is immediate and massive. The Lord Commander Militant designates the Prophet's crusade an alpha-level threat, the highest classification short of full-scale chaos incursion. Resources are redirected from other operations. Space Marine chapters receive deployment orders. Titan legions begin mobilizing. The Inquisition becomes involved, Ordo Xenos Inquisitors, demanding immediate action before the threat metastasizes further. The Imperium is gathering its strength for final confrontation, and the Green Tide prepares to meet it. The conquered territory spans 6 sectors now. 31 worlds acknowledge Ork authority in varying degrees, from direct occupation to tributary status. The industrial capacity rivals that of a minor subsector. Forge worlds and manufactories producing equipment that feeds the WAAAGH expansion. The population under Ork control. Human populations, forced laborers, enslaved technicians, numbers in the hundreds of billions. By any measure, the Prophet's crusade has achieved what no Ork force has managed in centuries. It has built an empire. But empires have vulnerabilities. The territory is not contiguous, scattered across sectors, connected by void lanes that Imperial fleets could cut. The garrison forces are spread thin, strong enough to maintain order against uncoordinated resistance, but potentially vulnerable to concentrated assault. The logistics of supplying such vast territory strain even the WAAAGH's captured industrial base. And most critically, the Imperium is finally responding with forces proportional to the threat. The Warboss understands this. He spends less time in combat now, more time in strategic planning. His command chamber walls are covered with maps showing Imperial force concentrations, fleet movements, probable attack vectors. He meets daily with his clan leaders, with Blood Axe intelligence officers, with mechs reporting production capacity, with pain boys assessing casualty sustainability. He has become, without quite realizing it, a ruler as much as a warrior. The transformation is necessary, but uncomfortable. Orks are meant to fight, not govern. The religious fervor that sustains the WAAAGH reaches new heights. Every conquered world features massive idols of Gork and Mork, crude constructions that nonetheless carry profound significance to the faithful. Shrines mark sites of notable battles, relics from defeated enemies. Space Marine helmets, Titan armor fragments, captured battle standards are displayed in sacred repositories. The Prophet-Warlord himself has become object of worship-adjacent devotion. Orks touching his armor for blessing before battle, swearing oaths in his name. attributing miracles to his divine favor. Zogwart, aged by constant channeling of gestalt field energy, his body more scar tissue than original flesh, serves as a high priest of this improvised religion. He interprets omens. He declares which battles have divine favor. He leads ceremonies where thousands of orcs gather to pray for victory and honor. The religious structure gives the WAAAGH cohesion beyond military discipline, binding disparate clans and newly spawned boys into unified purpose through shared faith. But cracks appear in the unity. Some orc knobs, leading successful operations independently, begin questioning the need for centralized command. Why should they defer to the Warboss when they have proven themselves through their own victories? The argument has dangerous logic. Orc culture has always valued personal strength above hierarchical authority. The Prophet-Warboss's divine mandate provides counter-argument, but divine mandates are abstract. Personal ambition is concrete. The first serious challenge comes from a goth knob named Gorfang. He led the assault that took Hive city quarters on Tertius Majoris, a glorious victory that made his reputation. He commands 5,000 boys now, a significant force, and his teef accumulation marks him as wealthy and successful. He feels he has earned the right to independence, to lead his own WAAAGH, rather than serving as subordinate. His challenge is not quite open rebellion. Even Gorfang recognizes the danger in that. But it is pointed questioning of why he should continue obeying when he is strong enough to stand alone. The Warboss could crush Gorfang through force. His personal power, combined with loyal forces, vastly outmatches anything the Gothnob commands. But simple suppression would validate the very question Gorfang raises. If might makes right, and the Warboss maintains authority purely through superior force, what happens when that force is unavailable? The challenge requires different response, one that demonstrates authority through more than simple strength. The confrontation occurs in the ruined cathedral of Tertius Majoris, converted into assembly hall for major gatherings. 10,000 orcs witness as Gorfang publicly questions the Warboss's authority. The Gothnob is respectful, technically, but his meaning is clear. He has proven himself in battle. He deserves autonomy. The traditional orc way is for the strong to lead themselves, not follow others indefinitely. The Warboss listens to the challenge with unreadable expression. Then he speaks, his voice carrying psychic weight that makes every orc present feel the words as much as hear them. He does not dispute Gorfang's strength or success. He acknowledges them, but he explains what the challenge ignores. Individual strength serves the individual. United strength serves all orcs. Gorfang won his battles because the WAAAGH provided supplies, reinforcements, intelligence. His boys are well equipped because captured Forge worlds produce for the collective. His victories were possible because the Prophet's crusade creates conditions where victories happen. Then the Warboss poses a question. Does Gorfang believe he can stand against the coming Imperial assault alone? When Space Marine chapters and Titan legions arrive in force, when battle fleets mass to reclaim lost sectors, when the full weight of Imperial response falls, can Gorfang's 5,000 boys survive that? Or does survival require the combined strength of the entire WAAAGH, united under single command, coordinated to meet threats too large for any individual warband? The question hangs in the air. Gorfang has no good answer. Admitting he needs the war undermines his challenge. Claiming he can stand alone is obvious bravado. The Warboss has reframed the issue from strength-based hierarchy, where Gorfeng has legitimate argument, to survival-based pragmatism, where independence means death. And he has done so publicly, forcing Gorfeng to either accept the logic or appear foolish. Gorfeng submits, not happily, but definitely. He acknowledges the Warboss's wisdom, pledges continued loyalty, accepts that unity serves Ork interests better than fragmentation. The crisis passes, but the challenge's existence reveals underlying tensions. The war holds together through belief in the Prophet-Warboss's divine mandate and demonstrated success. If either wavers, the unity might fragment into competing warbands. The vulnerability is real. The Imperial assault begins 3 months after Metallus Prime's fall. It comes from multiple vectors simultaneously, a coordinated offensive that demonstrates the Imperium has learned from previous failures. 4 separate battle fleets converge on way held territory. Space Marine strike forces deploy to critical worlds. Astra Militarum armies, 20 million soldiers organized into cohesive formations, begin reconquest operations. The response is everything the Warboss anticipated and feared. The first battles go poorly for the war. Imperial forces, properly supplied and coordinated, retake 3 minor worlds in the campaign's opening weeks. The Ork garrisons fight to the last but are overwhelmed by superior numbers and firepower. The losses are not strategically significant. The worlds were marginal holdings, but they represent first territorial losses. The WAAAGH has suffered. The psychological impact exceeds the material cost. The Prophet's crusade is no longer invincible. It can be beaten. It can lose ground. The Warboss responds by abandoning forward positions and consolidating forces. Rather than defending everything, he chooses to defend what matters most. The industrial worlds, the major population centers, the strategic nodes. Garrison forces withdraw from outlying systems, concentrating around critical holdings. The strategy cedes territory, but preserves forces, trading space for sustainability. It is rational, pragmatic, un-Ork-like in its willingness to retreat. Some clans view the withdrawals as cowardice. The Goths particularly chafe at abandoning conquered ground, insisting that Orks should never retreat, that every meter must be defended through blood regardless of cost. The Warboss overrules them, invoking divine mandate and strategic necessity. The gods showed them achieving greatness, not dying in futile last stands. Withdrawal preserves strength for battles that matter. The argument barely satisfies the Goths, but they obey. Barely. The Imperial advance slows as it approaches the consolidated Ork positions. The easy reconquests are over. Now they face entrenched defenders on worlds where the war has had months to prepare fortifications. The Orks have learned from defending Metallus Prime. They understand how to use terrain, how to establish overlapping fields of fire, how to position artillery for maximum effect. The defenses are not sophisticated by Imperial standards, but they are functional, and they are defended by Orks who believe absolutely in inevitable victory. The siege of Tertius Majoris becomes the campaign's focal point. The Imperium needs to reclaim the hive world's 18 billion inhabitants, needs to demonstrate that human populations can be liberated from Ork occupation. They commit significant forces. 3 Space Marine companies, 10 Guard regiments, supporting elements including Titans and Knights. It should be overwhelming force sufficient to crush any Ork defense. The battle lasts 5 months. The Imperials advance from captured spaceports, fighting block by block through hive cities that have become fortified nightmares. The Orks defend with fanatical intensity, every building a strong point, every corridor a kill zone. The civilian population is caught between the combatants, suffering terribly as the battle reduces entire hive levels to rubble. Hundreds of thousands die as collateral damage, their homes destroyed by bombardment, their bodies used as fortification material by both sides. The Warboss arrives at Tertius Majoris midway through the siege. His presence shifts the battle's character. Ork defenders fight harder, inspired by their Prophet-Warboss's participation. The gestalt field strengthens, reality warping more pronouncedly around Ork positions. Imperial advances slow, then stop, then reverse in places as Ork counterattacks reclaim lost ground. The battle that should have been straightforward reconquest becomes grinding stalemate. The Space Marines, frustrated by their inability to achieve breakthrough, attempt a decapitation strike. A full company, 100 of the Emperor's finest warriors, assaults the Governor's palace where the Warboss maintains his command. They fight through tens of thousands of Orks, their bolters and power weapons cutting bloody paths, their armor turning aside everything short of direct hits from heavy weapons. They reach the throne room. They face the Prophet-Warboss himself. What follows is not battle so much as demonstration of power differential. The Space Marines are superhuman, each one a masterwork of genetic engineering and training. The Warboss is something beyond that. An Ork who has grown to legendary size through constant warfare, enhanced by bionics, blessed by gods, protected by the Gestalt field's reality warping influence. He fights with skill that belies his brutish appearance, with intelligence that should not exist in a greenskin. His power claw crushes ceramite. His presence alone generates psychic pressure that disrupts enemy coordination. The Space Marines die, not easily, not without inflicting terrible wounds on the Warboss and his guards, but they die, all 100 of them, their bodies left among the Ork corpses that litter the throne room. The Imperium loses a full company of Adeptus Astartes, irreplaceable warriors each representing decades of training and gene seed investment. The Warboss survives, though the Pain Boys require a week to patch his injuries. The symbolic victory is devastating. The Prophet-Warboss defeated a Space Marine company in direct combat. The legend grows beyond any possibility of Imperial propaganda countering it. The siege of Tertius Majoris ends with Imperial withdrawal. After 5 months of grinding combat, after losing 3 regiments and a Space Marine company, after failing to break through Ork defenses despite overwhelming material advantages, the Imperium abandons the reconquest attempt. They cannot afford the casualties required to continue. The war has too many fronts, too many threats. Resources must be preserved for battles where victory is achievable. Tertius Majoris remains under Ork control, its 18 billion inhabitants left to their occupation. The withdrawal is presented as tactical repositioning in Imperial communications. The reality is defeat. The Imperium committed significant forces to reclaim a major world and failed. The failure reverberates across sectors. If the Prophet's crusade can hold Tertius Majoris against sustained assault, what else can it hold? How much force would be required to actually crush this war? The questions have no comfortable answers. The Warboss does not pursue the withdrawing Imperial forces. He lacks the strength for offensive operations while simultaneously holding territory. The WAAAGH has grown enormously, yes, but it has reached limits. The occupied territory requires garrisons. The industries need workers and overseers. The logistics of supplying far-flung holdings strain capacity. Further expansion would overextend, creating vulnerabilities that Imperial counterattacks could exploit. The campaign enters strategic stalemate. The Imperium cannot reclaim lost territory without casualties. It cannot afford. The WAAAGH cannot expand further without risking collapse through overextension. Both sides hold positions, conduct limited raids, prepare for the inevitable resumption of major operations. The green tide has reached its high water mark. Whether it will recede or surge forward again remains uncertain. But the Prophet-Warlord, recovering from his wounds, already plans the next phase. The stalemate is temporary. The Imperium cannot tolerate permanent Ork occupation of 6 sectors. They will gather forces, eventually, sufficient to crush the WAAAGH once and for all. When that happens, the Prophet's crusade must be ready, must be strong enough not just to survive, but to win decisively. The greatest battle still awaits, the ultimate test of whether divine prophecy or imperial might will prevail. The gathering storm approaches, and the green tide prepares to meet it with faith and fury in equal measure. The consolidation period stretches across a full year. The WAAAGH uses the time to strengthen defenses, increase production, spawn new boys from the fungal forests that now cover portions of every occupied world. The population grows exponentially, not just orcs, but the entire ecosystem that supports them. Gretchen numbering in the billions labor in workshops and farms. Squigs breed in massive herds, providing food and improvised warbeasts. The Ork presence becomes self-sustaining, no longer dependent on captured infrastructure, but generating its own productive capacity through biological and psychic means. The religious aspects intensify during this period. The year-long defensive success, holding against Imperial reconquest attempts, is interpreted as divine validation. Gork and Mork protect the faithful. The prophecy continues fulfilling itself. The Prophet-Warboss is clearly blessed beyond any doubt. The gestalt field reaches unprecedented strength, fed by millions of orcs all believing the same fundamental truths. Reality warps visibly around orc positions now. Impossible weapons function routinely. Vehicles that should collapse maintain structural integrity through faith alone. The line between physical and psychic reality blurs. The Warboss himself undergoes final transformation during this year. His size stabilizes at something near 6 meters, so massive that he requires custom everything. Armor built by entire teams of mechs. Weapons that are more mobile artillery than handheld arms. Transportation in vehicles designed to carry him specifically. But the physical changes are less significant than the psychological ones. He has become what orcs call a warlord, a leader who united multiple clans, conquered sectors, achieved status approaching mythic. His name, never recorded in the narrative until now, becomes legend. He is Grognik Maguruk, the Prophet-Warboss, chosen of Gork and Mork, leader of the greatest WAAAGH in living memory. The name spreads beyond the occupied territory. Orcs across the entire segmentum sense the gestalt field's power, feel the call of successful war, recognize the presence of a warlord worthy of following. They begin migrating toward Grognik's territory, drawn by psychic gravity. They cannot articulate but cannot resist. Ships full of orcs arrive weekly at the occupied sector's edges, seeking to join the Prophet's crusade. Some come from nearby systems where they lived in isolation. Others travel from sectors away, drawn across the void by the gestalt field's pull. The WAAAGH grows not through conquest but through aggregation, orcs self-organizing into a force that threatens entire subsectors. The Imperium watches this gathering with mounting horror. Intelligence services track the migration, attempt to interdict incoming orc vessels, mostly fail to stop the influx. The Prophet's crusade is metastasizing, transforming from regional threat into something potentially catastrophic. The reports reaching Terra grow more urgent, recommending intervention at the highest levels, warning that this war could become another war of the beast, if not crushed immediately. The response mobilization is unprecedented in scale. The Imperium commits resources normally reserved for chaos incursions or major tyrannid invasions. 12 Space Marine chapters receive full deployment orders. 25 Titan legions begin transit toward the war zone. Astra Militarum generals marshal armies numbering in the hundreds of millions. The Lord Commander Militant takes personal interest, designating the operation Crusade Emerald Cleansing, elevating it to strategic priority above nearly all other concerns. The Imperium will commit whatever force is necessary to end the Prophet's crusade. Failure is not acceptable, but mobilizing such force takes time. The logistics of moving millions of soldiers, thousands of armored vehicles, dozens of Titans, these are not simple operations. The bureaucracy of the Imperium, vast and ponderous, struggles to coordinate across such enormous distances. Supplies must be gathered, troopships must be assembled, void lanes must be secured. The preparation period stretches months, then approaches a year, and during this time, the WAAAGH continues growing stronger. Grognik uses the time to implement what human strategists would recognize as defense in depth. The occupied sectors are organized into defensive zones, each capable of independent resistance, each mutually supporting but not dependent on the others. Key worlds receive the strongest garrisons, best equipment, most experienced boys. Secondary holdings get sufficient force to delay attackers without demanding unsustainable resource commitment. The entire defensive structure is designed to bleed the Imperial assault, forcing them to fight for every world, exhausting their strength through sustained attrition. The fortifications are impressive even by Imperial standards. Forge worlds become fortress complexes, every approach covered by overlapping fields of fire, bunker systems capable of sheltering millions of orcs, artillery positions that can engage targets at extreme range. Hive worlds see their already labyrinthine structures further complicated with orc additions. Crude but effective defenses that turn urban terrain into defensive nightmares. Even minor holdings receive attention, prepared to resist far beyond what their strategic value suggests they should merit. The clan structure that initially threatened unity becomes defensive strength. Each clan takes responsibility for specific defensive sectors, applying their cultural strengths to the task. Goths defend the most critical positions, holding ground through sheer bloody-minded refusal to yield. Evil Suns maintain mobile reserves capable of rapid redeployment to threatened areas. Death Skulls manage logistics and supply, ensuring defensive positions never run short of ammunition or equipment. Blood Axes handle intelligence and counterintelligence, identifying Imperial plans before they execute. The diversity becomes tactical advantage. The religious preparation is as intensive as the military. Massive ceremonies occur across all occupied worlds, millions of orcs gathering to receive blessing before the coming battle. Zogwart, now ancient by orc standards, his body more scar tissue than flesh, leads these ceremonies with voice that carries psychic weight across entire planets. He speaks of destiny, of divine favor, of the coming trial that will prove the Prophet-Warboss's legitimacy. The faithful emerge from these ceremonies convinced of inevitable victory, believing with absolute certainty that they cannot lose because the gods guarantee success. The Imperial assault begins on a day the Imperium designates Liberation Dawn. 12 Space Marine chapters strike simultaneously at 12 different occupied worlds. The coordination is impressive, demonstrating that the Imperium has learned from previous failures. They will not allow the WAAAGH to defeat them piecemeal. They will engage across the entire front, forcing orcs to defend everywhere, preventing concentration of forces. The strategy is sound. Its execution is flawless, and it immediately encounters problems doctrine did not anticipate. The orcs do not defend everywhere. Grognik has prepared his forces to resist where resistance matters, to abandon what can be abandoned, to trade space for Imperial blood. Some worlds see garrisons withdraw before the Space Marines arrive, denying the Astartes the battle they sought, forcing them to chase mobile defenders through hostile terrain. Other worlds see fanatical last stands that cost Imperial forces dearly, despite ultimately winning. The pattern is inconsistent enough that Imperial commanders cannot develop standard approach. Each engagement requires custom tactics, custom planning, custom resource allocation. The battle for Metalis Prime becomes the campaign's defining engagement. The Forge World, symbol of the WAAAGH's greatest triumph, represents target too valuable for the Imperium to bypass. They commit 3 full Space Marine chapters, the Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, and Salamanders, plus 2 Titan Legions and supporting Astra Militarum elements. The force is overwhelming by any reasonable standard. Metalis Prime should fall within weeks, perhaps days. The siege lasts 6 months. The orcs have had over a year to prepare, turning the Forge World into fortress beyond any the Imperium has encountered. Every approach is mined, every sightline covered by guns. The forge complexes themselves have been modified from industrial facilities into military strongpoints, their rockcrete walls reinforced with scavenged armor plating, their internal spaces filled with deadly traps and ambush positions. The defenders number in the hundreds of thousands, the largest orc garrison in the occupied sectors, equipped with the best weapons the captured forges can produce. The Space Marines fight with superhuman skill and courage. They are the Imperium's finest, warriors who know no fear, whose training and equipment represent the pinnacle of human military capability. But they face an enemy that has learned how to fight them, that understands Astartes' tactics, that has developed countermeasures through painful experience. The orcs use artillery to interdict Space Marine advances, forcing them to fight at range where their close combat advantages are negated. They employ weird boy teleportation to strike at unexpected positions, keeping the Astartes constantly reactive. They sacrifice tens of thousands of boys to bog down chapter advances, trading orc lives for Imperial ammunition and time. Grognik arrives at Metalis Prime when the battle reaches crisis point. The Ultramarines have broken through the outer defenses, threatening to reach the primary forge complex. The garrison is holding, but barely, the pressure relentless. The Prophet-Warboss's arrival transforms the defense. His physical presence provides rallying point for wavering units. His psychic weight, amplified by the gestalt field, stabilizes reality around orc positions, making their weapons more reliable, their armor more resistant, and his tactical direction, informed by genuine strategic intelligence, coordinates the defense in ways that maximize Ork advantages while minimizing weaknesses. The final assault on the Forge complex becomes legendary. The Ultramarines commit their full chapter strength, 2,000 Space Marines advancing in coordinated assault that should sweep away any defense. They face Grognik and 50,000 Orks who believe absolutely that they cannot lose, who are blessed by gods and protected by prophecy, whose collective psychic field warps reality to favor their survival. The battle is apocalyptic. Bolter fire and Ork sluggers fill the air with lethal projectiles. Power weapons clash with Ork choppers in close combat that leaves the ground slick with blood green and red. The Forge complex's interior becomes charnel house where glory and horror merge into single experience of total war. The Ultramarines withdraw. After 3 days of sustained close-quarters combat, after losing 100 battle brothers, after exhausting their ammunition and finding themselves fighting hand-to-hand against enemies that seem infinite, they pull back. It is not defeat. They have inflicted terrible casualties, perhaps 15,000 Orks killed, but they have failed to take the Forge complex. They have failed to break the defense, and failing against Orks for a chapter that has never known permanent defeat is psychologically devastating. Across the front, similar stories play out. The Imperial assault is succeeding in places, yes. They reclaim some minor worlds. They inflict terrible casualties on Ork forces, but they cannot achieve breakthrough, cannot deliver the decisive blow that shatters the war. The green tide bends but does not break, and the cost to the Imperium, the Space Marine casualties, the Guard regiments destroyed, the Titans fallen, exceeds anything anticipated in planning documents. 6 months into the crusade, the Imperial High Command faces unpleasant reality. They are winning tactically but losing strategically. Every victory costs more than it is worth. Every advance requires resources that cannot be easily replaced. The Orks, drawing on spawning grounds that generate new boys constantly, can sustain casualties that would break any human army. The mathematics favor the WAAAGH in any extended conflict. Continuing the crusade risks depleting Imperial strength to the point where other threats cannot be addressed. The decision is made at the highest levels. The crusade will transition to containment strategy. Rather than attempting to crush the Prophet's crusade entirely, the Imperium will isolate it to prevent its expansion. Prepare for long-term siege that starves the WAAAGH of resources without requiring sustained offensive operations. It is not the victory the Imperium wanted, but it is the best outcome available given the resources they can commit and the losses they are willing to accept. Grognik recognizes the strategic shift immediately. The Imperial attacks become less aggressive, more defensive in character. They hold positions rather than advancing. They fortify rather than assaulting. The containment strategy is obvious to anyone with strategic understanding. And the Prophet-Warboss, having evolved far beyond typical Ork limitations, possesses that understanding. He could continue defending, maintaining his territory through prolonged resistance. It is the safe choice, the one that preserves what has been gained. But Grognik is Ork, and Orks do not do safe. They do glorious, they do legendary, and the divine prophecy showed something greater than mere survival. It showed triumph. It showed the greatest war, achieving victory that would echo across millennia. The Prophet-Warboss makes decision that will define his legacy. They will not accept containment. They will not hunker down and wait. They will attack. They will break the Imperial siege before it fully forms. They will demonstrate once and for all that the green tide cannot be stopped. only survived. Biggest WAAAGH is coming, and the Imperium will learn what it means to face an entire species unified under single purpose, blessed by gods, and utterly convinced of inevitable victory. The preparations begin immediately. Forces consolidate. Production increases beyond all safety margins. Weird boys prepare for the greatest mass teleportation ever attempted. Mechs build ships that defy every engineering principle. The WAAAGH gathers itself for one final decisive offensive. The green tide will rise higher than ever before, and when it crashes down, the galaxy will never forget. The offensive launches 3 months after the Imperial siege begins, not with massed fleet engagement or conventional assault, with something the Imperium does not anticipate and cannot easily counter. Simultaneous attacks on 50 different worlds spread across 5 sectors. The WAAAGH does not concentrate forces for single decisive battle. It disperses, striking everywhere at once, forcing the Imperium to defend everything or watch helplessly as systems fall. The coordination required for such dispersed offensive should be impossible for orcs. Human commanders rely on astropaths, long-range voxcasters, elaborate communication networks. Orcs have none of these, or rather, they have crude equivalents that work intermittently at best. But the gestalt field, strengthened to unprecedented levels, serves as communication medium more reliable than any technology. Grognik's will, backed by millions of orcs all believing in the offensive's success, coordinates actions across light years. Weird boys sense his intent, understand the plan, relay orders to distant warbands without need for verbal communication. The psychic field becomes command and control network. The first phase targets isolated Imperial outposts, the forward observation positions and listening stations that provide early warning of Ork movements. These outposts, lightly defended, fall within hours. Their loss blinds the Imperium, creating gaps in surveillance coverage. Imperial commanders suddenly lack clear picture of where Ork forces are concentrating, which direction threats are coming from. The psychological effect of this blindness creates hesitation, delays, uncertainty that the WAAAGH exploits ruthlessly. The second phase strikes at supply depots and logistics hubs. The Imperium's siege depends on maintaining supply lines to forces blockading Ork territory. Cut those supply lines, and the besieging forces cannot sustain operations. Ork raids, small and fast, hit these targets with precision that demonstrates sophisticated intelligence work. Blood axes have mapped Imperial logistics thoroughly during the consolidation year, identifying critical nodes, studying schedules, understanding vulnerabilities. The raids are not random violence, they are surgical strikes aimed at strategic effect. Within 2 weeks, the Imperial siege begins collapsing. Battle groups positioned to blockade Ork sectors find themselves running short on ammunition, fuel, food. They must either withdraw to resupply points or risk being stranded in hostile space without means to fight or maneuver. Most choose withdrawal, retreating to positions where supply lines remain secure. The siege loosens, gaps opening, that Ork forces immediately exploit. The third phase is the largest and most audacious. 30 major worlds garrisoned by Imperial forces, but within striking distance of Ork territory, face simultaneous invasion. The attacks are not tentative raids, but full-scale conquests, hundreds of thousands of Orks deploying to each target, supported by captured Imperial equipment and mech-built war machines. The offensives demonstrate everything the WAAAGH has learned. Combined arms tactics, air support coordination, artillery employment, even basic logistics planning. The Imperium attempts to respond, but finds itself outpaced. The attacks are too dispersed, happening too quickly, coordinated too effectively. Imperial naval assets cannot reinforce everywhere. Ground forces cannot deploy fast enough. The command structure, designed for methodical operation rather than crisis response, struggles to process the torrent of simultaneous emergencies. Decisive action becomes impossible when everything demands immediate attention. Grognik leads the assault on the fortress world Validus, a heavily defended bastion that anchors Imperial presence in the region. The world's defenses are formidable. Void shields, fortress monasteries, entire regiments of Imperial Guard, supported by knight houses and Titan elements. It should require months to conquer, months the WAAAGH cannot afford if they want to maintain offensive momentum. The Prophet-Warlord plans to take it in 3 days. The assault begins with Weird Boy teleportation on unprecedented scale. 50 Weird Boys, working in concert, channel the gestalt field to tear reality open above Validus's primary fortress. Through the rift, 50,000 orcs materialize, appearing directly inside defensive perimeters that should be impenetrable. The teleportation is imprecise. Thousands die, arriving fused with walls or appearing in hard vacuum. But tens of thousands survive, finding themselves behind every major defense, able to attack fortifications from within. The chaos is immediate and total. Defenders, prepared for conventional assault from external positions, suddenly face enemies throughout their own bases. Command and control breaks down as officers struggle to assess where the enemy is, how many there are, which positions remain secure. The orcs exploit this confusion ruthlessly, attacking ammunition depots, sabotaging power systems, opening gates to allow external forces entry. Within hours, the impregnable fortress complex has become a maze of overlapping battles where defenders cannot consolidate and attackers seem to be everywhere simultaneously. The Validus garrison fights with courage and skill, adapting to impossible circumstances, establishing new defensive lines when original positions become untenable. But they are fighting a losing battle against enemy that appeared in their midst through means they cannot counter. The fortress world falls in 2 days, not 3. The defense collapses, the garrison scattered, the world's strategic value lost. Grognik stands in the primary fortress's command center, looking at tactical displays showing the extent of the victory, understanding the psychological more than material significance. Validus was supposed to be invulnerable. Its fall shatters Imperial confidence across the region. The offensive's success exceeds even optimistic projections. Of the 50 targeted worlds, 42 fall within the first month. The remaining 8 survive only because Imperial reinforcements arrive in time to stabilize defenses. The WAAAGH's territory expands dramatically, adding Forge worlds, agri-worlds, population centers, strategic positions. More critically, the psychological impact is devastating. The Imperium committed to containing the Prophet's crusade and failed. The green tide is not contained. It is expanding. And nothing the Imperium has tried. Battle fleets, space marine deployments, Titan legions, full-scale crusades has been sufficient to stop it. The Imperial response fragments into regional desperation. Individual sector commanders, lacking coordinated high-level strategy, make their own decisions about how to respond. Some commit forces to defending critical holdings, accepting that outlying systems will fall. Others attempt mobile defense using fleet assets to strike at Ork forces wherever they appear. A few make deals with Xenos species, shameful alliances with Eldar or Tau, hoping that any ally against the Green Tide is better than facing it alone. The strategic unity that characterized the initial Imperial response dissolves into disparate efforts that the WAAAGH can defeat piecemeal. Grognik consolidates his victories carefully, despite pressure to continue attacking. He understands, with the strategic intelligence he has developed, that overextension now would be fatal. The WAAAGH has gained enormously, but also stretched itself thin. Garrison forces must be established on conquered worlds. Supply lines must be secured. Industrial capacity must be organized. Rushing forward without consolidation would repeat mistakes that have doomed countless Ork Warboss across history. Growing too large too fast, collapsing under its own unsustainable weight. The consolidation period lasts 4 months. During this time, the WAAAGH experiences another population explosion. The newly conquered worlds spawn orcs from battlefields and deliberately seeded fungal forests. The populations of existing holdings continue growing through natural spawning. Immigration from distant systems continues as orcs across the segmentum feel the gestalt fields call. By the consolidation's end, the WAAAGH numbers in the tens of millions, the largest orc force assembled in living memory, potentially the largest since the War of the Beast 3 millennia ago. The religious significance reaches fever pitch. The Prophet-Warlord has fulfilled every aspect of divine prophecy. He united the clans, he conquered sectors, he defeated the Imperium's best efforts at containment. He demonstrated power that can only be explained as divine favor. The Gestalt field, fed by absolute belief from tens of millions of orcs, becomes reality-warping force of terrifying potency. Impossible feats become routine. Weird boys channel power that would have destroyed them months earlier with casual ease. Weapons work because orcs believe they will work. Physics be damned. The line between material and psychic reality has blurred to near invisibility, but success brings new challenge. The WAAAGH has grown beyond Grognik's ability to personally direct every operation. He cannot be everywhere, cannot make every decision, cannot personally lead every major battle. He must delegate, trust subordinates, create command structure that functions even when he is elsewhere. For orcs, this is revolutionary. Their culture has always emphasized personal leadership, the strongest leading by being present and dominating. Creating institutionalized command hierarchy goes against every instinct. Grognik addresses this through religious framework. He designates his most trusted subordinates as Prophet's hands, lieutenants who speak with his authority, who carry his divine mandate, who command respect not through personal strength, but through religious legitimacy. Each clan leader becomes a prophet's hand for their clan. Zogwart becomes prophet's voice, interpreting divine will and communicating Grognik's intentions. The structure creates loyalty through faith rather than just fear, binding the command hierarchy through shared belief in the Prophet-Warboss's divine mission. The Imperium, observing these developments, reaches a grim conclusion. The Prophet's crusade is not a typical Ork threat. It is an existential crisis requiring extraordinary response. The Lord Commander Militant petitions the High Lords of Terror for permission to deploy assets normally reserved for defending the throne world itself. The request is unprecedented. The debate that follows occupies months, political factions arguing over whether the Ork threat justifies such extreme measures. Finally, reluctantly, authorization is granted. The Imperium will commit reserves normally held sacrosanct. They will send forces they can barely afford to send, because the alternative, allowing the Prophet's crusade to continue growing, is unthinkable. The assets deployed include 2 Titan legions from Mars itself, including Imperator-class god machines that have defended the Mechanicus homeworld since the Great Crusade. 4 additional Space Marine chapters receive full mobilization orders, and most significantly, elements of the Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guard, are dispatched on campaign for only the 2nd time since the heresy. The response is everything the Imperium can muster without leaving Terra critically vulnerable. It represents the largest concentration of military power deployed against a single threat in centuries. Grognik learns of these deployments through Blood Axe intelligence networks that have become remarkably sophisticated. He understands what the force concentration means. The Imperium is committing to total war, full mobilization, all-out effort to crush the WAAAGH before it grows beyond any possibility of defeat. The coming battle will be the largest since the War of the Beast, perhaps the largest in Ork history. Victory is not guaranteed. Even with divine blessing, even with gestalt field reality manipulation, the forces gathering against them are formidable beyond measure. He gathers his inner circle, the Prophet's hands, Zogward, Grisguts, representatives from every clan. He speaks to them with unusual gravity about what is coming. The Imperium is bringing everything. This will be the ultimate test. If they win, the green tide will be unstoppable, will spread across the galaxy until nothing remains unconquered. If they lose, the WAAAGH will be destroyed so completely that even spawning grounds will be burned to ash. There is no middle ground, only total victory or total defeat. The assembled orcs listen with varying reactions. Some are excited, eager for the ultimate battle, the greatest fight any of them will ever experience. Others are more cautious, recognizing the genuine danger, understanding that divine prophecy does not guarantee easy victory, but all are committed. They have come too far to retreat now. They believe in the Prophet-Warlord. They believe in Gork and Mork's favor. They believe that the green tide cannot be stopped. And belief, backed by the Gestalt field's power, is the most potent weapon the WAAAGH possesses. The preparation begins for the final confrontation. Every boy is armed, every vehicle is readied, every weird boy is prepared for the psychic apocalypse they will unleash. The industrial base operates beyond any sustainable capacity, producing equipment and supplies that will be needed for the battle, that will determine everything. The religious ceremonies are continuous. Millions of orcs praying for victory, offering devotion to their gods, seeking blessing for the coming trial. And across the void, the Imperial forces gather. Tens of millions of soldiers, thousands of tanks and aircraft, dozens of Titans, hundreds of ships. The Custodes' golden armor catches starlight as their vessels join the gathering fleet. Space Marine chapters assemble their full strength. The Adeptus Mechanicus commits its most sacred war machines. The Imperium is ready. The WAAAGH is ready. The galaxy itself seems to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable collision between human civilization and the green tide. The meeting of these forces will be recorded in Imperial histories as the Battle of Endless Green. It will be taught in Space Marine training as example of warfare at its most extreme. It will be studied by Mechanicus scholars as demonstration of what happens when material and psychic reality collide. But those records will come later. For now, in the weeks before the battle, there is only preparation. and the terrible certainty that what is coming will reshape the sector regardless of who wins. The biggest WAAAGH stands ready. The endless green tide gathers, and the galaxy trembles before the storm about to break.